Make that.
Yo, everybody, good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. I'm an Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging stream. And today is one of those rare Wednesday streams. Today we're going to be working on Well, we're just going to be working on a download project today. We're going to be working on boxing Revenant. If you don't know who Revenant is, go check out Elden Ring Night Rain. It'll all make sense. Granted, we're using a different skin for the character, mostly because this one was the simpler one. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's go with this. And so, yeah, I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay, and I hope you had a good week. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not going to say the right, or I'm not going to make the sound. So if you're expecting that, I'm sorry. All right, with that being said, let's get started with drawing. Also, good to see you there, Tron. Good to see you there, Mech. Thank you for giving Crispy Bacon. And good to see you there, Destroyer. How y'all be? Let's give a couple of shout-outs. Let's give a shout-out to I'm a Tron. They do a lot of drawing. They do a lot of art and all of that good stuff. They also play the Minecraft, so all of that, go check them out. Let's give a shout out to Destroyer. They play a good variety of games. They play a lot of the shooters. They play, yeah, whether it be first person or third person, and they play a lot of the top-down strategy games. It's very chill time over there too. Go check them out. Indeed, it's punching time. Honestly, one of these streams is kind of what I need for what's gone through today. I see. Sorry to hear that there, buddy. I hope things get better. I hope things get easier, whatever it may be. I don't know what the details are, but I hope that it's not too stressful. All right, let's figure this out. What I want to do here is add some more line, or we want to close up the lines in the hair, because that's keeping us from adding a base color to everything. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Okay, with that, I think everything should, you know, there should be an outline around it once we hit the wand tool. So let's see. Yep, we got exactly what we were looking for here. All right, with that, let's go to our selection at the top of the tab, go to modify, expand by 1, actually expand by 2. Let's try to expand by 2 and see where it goes. As for your information, you still have Waffle House in the title from yesterday. Wait, I thought I switched that. Thank you for letting me know. Hold on a minute. Good to know. Title from yesterday. Wait, I thought I switched that. Oh, oops. Creator dashboard. Let's change that name. Good thing it's still at least on art. That we still have that. Okay, so no Waffle House today. Moth Draws More Revenant art. There we go. And that should be all good. All right. Yeah, that should be all good now. The title should be switched up a bit. We should be all set. Also, Megu, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Epic Moth? Nah, there's no Epic Moth here. We're just bugged. Yeah. How you be? Hope things are well. I called up Amazon, and despite them telling me that they canceled the order, the part was delivered. And since I was under the impression it was canceled, they torch pirated. Wait, let me see. Okay, for context, I tried ordering a computer part, and by the time I realized I was shipping it to an older address, it was already in transit. Oh, dang, I'm sorry to hear that one. That's an unfortunate one right there. Oh boy, a 20? No, wait, I'm thinking of a triple. You know what? Nat 20, let's go. And I just can't help but hear that song. That D&D song. I swear to God, like, I don't know what it is, but every time I'm over in Destroyer's stream, there's this one D&D song that keeps coming to mind. Hold on a minute. Let me go find that song right quick. No, wait, if I put this name, I think. What was that?
Lampi moth tax and lurk shadowch smile.
Okay, first off, no, there's no lamp tax.
Shadowch smile, shadowch smile, shadowch smile.
What the? No. Okay, 1, thank you for the 6 months. 2, save your money. 3, there's no shadow tax. 4, and this is the big important one. Folks, go check out Jira. They play a good variety of games. Really fun streams over there. Go pay the shadow tax, not the lamp tax. Go pay shadow tax. V2%, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. But yeah, go. You know what? If you want to follow somebody, there is a Shadow Jira right there. They love support. They love people showing up and paying the shadow tax on their channel. That's a good place to go. They also like it when people invade their throne. Also, anyway, here was the song I was talking about. Here we go. Perfect. So, whenever I'm in Destroyer's stream, this song always somehow, some way comes to mind. Fair warning, there's a bit of cursing in that song. But yeah, there's a YouTube video, or yeah, there's a YouTube song. Really, really dumb one, but it cracks me up. Hey, none of that. It's my channel. I can do whatever I want. Like, do this twice. Yeah, go check them out. Really awesome people. I freaking love that song. Me too. Me too. Thank you for the hydrate. Also, somebody get Lil. Somebody put exclamation point LYL. You should totally do that. Exclamation point LYL. No? Okay, just for that, I'm gonna do it. There you go. Go check out Lil. Leave me out of this, it's too late. Go check out Lil. Really awesome people. Really cool streams. Really awesome stuff. They play a good variety of games. If you're a fan of Final Fantasy, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan, oh right, we're also working on setting up some repo in the future. How could your mom, dad? You always got to remember, your parent is always going to embarrass you, no matter what. I don't know why it happens, it's just always the case. I made it a sound alert, and no one has used it. Wait, what? When was this? Okay, hold on a minute. Destroyer, hold on. Serious conversation here. Destroyer, when did it become a sound alert? When did that part happen? I need to know which sound. Oh, okay, you know what? Next time you stream Destroyer, I am hunting for that sound alert. I'm going to find that freaking thing. Like, start of the year? Oh, okay, so I didn't miss out too much of it. Fish? Wait, why are we talking about fish? Oh, dang, you're right. Yeah, see? Exactly. All right, so we're going to go over here. We're going to modify, expand. You know what? I'm going to make a game of this. The next time Destroyer streams, I'm going to find that sound alert. I don't even want to know what it's called. I don't even want to know what it is. I'm going to look for it. This is my new mission. Find out what on earth sound alert is it. I'm eventually gonna find it. I got the channel points for it. I'm gonna find that sound alert. Just got drowned now, but combine the fact that I wasted the 300 I had saved up over the past 6 months on that PC part with having ear discomforts, and I'm definitely not in the best of moods right now. Ah, dang. Sorry to hear about the PC. Is there a way to get a refund on that? Is there a way to tell Amazon that it was sent to the wrong address, you tried to get it refunded, and they didn't take, and it dropped off at somewhere else that isn't your address? Is there a way to turn this around? Hopefully you can. Also, welcome on in there, EB. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to EB. Go check out the EB Demon. They play a good variety. Well, they do a lot of art. They also give out, or yeah, they also sell adoptable designs, like adoptable character designs. So if there's a character you wanted for your probably future streams or future videos or whatever it may be, maybe even a D&D character, go check out EB. Maybe they might have a design that you were looking for. All right, let me see. Let's make a base color layer. We're going to invert this thing. And that should be okay. But now we need to find the proper color. How do we find that proper color? Well, luckily we have a character, well, not a character sheet, but luckily we have a color tone right here. So this might work. Although there's a lot of different color tones here, so we might have to bump up the colors a bit. Maybe. Actually, no, I think that color is just fine. We could work with this. All right, let's get the color tone for the word. Let's get the color tone for the yellow. But for this, I think I want to go for the shadow for the yellow, which is also brown. So this might be a little trickier than I had anticipated. Oh, we'll figure something out. Now, the reason why I want to go for the yellow, or, you know, go for the brown for the hair color tone, is because, well, how do I put it? I want to, what's the word? Why I want to go for a darker hair color tone is because I want to add the highlights instead. If I could add the highlights instead of the just yellow color tone, or how do I put it? If I go with a darker color tone, I can add the highlights on top of the hair instead of the other way around where I have to use the shadows. Is it going to be more work? Absolutely. But I think it'll come out better. I just need to find the right tone of yellow here. And I think that's a good yellow tone. Even though it's a little brown, I think it should work. I did my taxes today. Time to decompress that Lampy stream. Hey, congrats on the taxes. Taxes suck, but we all know they gotta be done. I'm glad to hear that it worked out. God, I need to go into taxes later. I don't wanna, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Maybe someday we'll live in a world where taxes don't have to be filed. They just have to be collected. Well, maybe we'll live in a world where taxes don't need to be collected, but I doubt up that part. But that's the part that I always hated about taxes. Like, okay, if you already know how much I owe or how much I'm getting, why not just send it? Just send it. Just send me the bill. I guess it's... Okay, the only thing I could consider as to why they don't do that is because there's a possibility that you yourself might have had some expenses that were not accounted for, and therefore you have to tally up all those expenses so they can determine if you owe them money or if they owe you money. That is my only idea that it could possibly be. Outside of that, I don't know. Because I know gas prices, you know, gas, food, not food, gas, work-like expenses, you know, like battery charger, things like that. That may come into account. That may be something that might be needed to be looked into, yada yada, you know how it goes. And as much as I'd rather just take it to someone to just say, hey, here, do the thing, I feel like it's easier for myself to just tally up everything without having to explain myself, like, okay, so where did this money expense go to? You ever heard of streaming? You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll just figure out my own paperwork. Cause yeah, that's a pain in the butt. Also, welcome on in there, Hook. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. My dad and I told them everything that happened. I was told to call them back on the 16th, since it's currently under investigation. Alright, sounds like a plan. Here's hoping that you're able to manage to pull that off. Here's hoping that you're able to, or, you know, that they have a, you have a story, or, yeah, hopefully you have a case on you. That's what I'm trying to say. Moth tax? No moth tax. See other countries on, see other countries on how they do their tax. I have to look into that then. How do other countries deal with this stuff? I feel like I'm gonna go down a whole rabbit hole. Would you rather pain in the butt or a butt in the pain? Butt in... wait. I'd rather pain had a butt so I could kick it. I think that's how it works. That is my best guess, is that if the pain has a butt, you could kick it. Unless it's your butt in the pain, then that's a pain in the butt. Or something like that. I don't know. The other countries have it better than us? You know what? I can imagine. I can imagine that. When it comes to taxes anyway, I can imagine that. I've heard of other stories when thinking about, because, okay, so here's the funny thing. I thought about leaving the country, and I thought, you know what? Let me go check out how life is in other countries. Let me find out how that is. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Oh. Okay, fair enough. You know what? What about this one? This one, I always wanted to go here. Let me go check out this one. I see. You know what? What about this one? This one looks like a cool spot. How about this area? Okay, yeah. No. Oh, hey, this is a cheap spot. I like cheap. Let me go find a place that's a lot more affordable. Yeah, I don't want to die. Actually, that was one of the many things, like, it's either a great place and I'm never going to be able to afford it, or it's a moderately affordable place and I'm probably going to get killed. So it's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I guess I'm stuck here. This place still sucks too. So in case anyone's wondering, no, this place ain't better than others. It's just that every spot is pretty bad because money. Money's tough out there. Money is certainly tough out there for everybody. You could always go to Texas for the tax-free stuff here, or for the tax-free stuff there, or Nevada. I'm moving to Nevada. I feel like that's the best option. It's time to move to Nevada. You know what? Heat waves be darned. It's time for Nevada. Heat waves. You know what? At least it's a dry heat. Wait, is Nevada a dry heat, or is it like California where it's muggy? Because I've learned one thing. Heat is one thing. Okay, there's two things about heat. There's, you know, there's a dry heat, there's a muggy heat, and then there's a heat that will literally kill you. And, you know, the dry, or, you know, so long as it's not a heat that literally kill you, I think it'll be fun. If it's not a heat where you could literally cook like a steak on the sidewalk, I think you're good. I'm stuck here too? Yeah, same. That's what I'm always looking at, like, you know what? I wish there was a spot where it was a lot more affordable. Well, there are other spots that are a lot more affordable. I just don't think I'll last very long there. I live in Canada. Oh, let's see. I live in Canada. I'm alive and not bankrupt because of universal healthcare. I'm moving to Canada. Also, welcome on in there, Soul. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I think it's dry heat. I live in the Midwest where it can get muggy at 20 degrees Fahrenheit. How does it get muggy in 20 degrees? I didn't know that's a thing. Lampy, do you have a fourth wall or experience with it? I do have a fourth wall. As a matter of fact, that is where I've now put my Lampy plushies and figures, as well as many other designs. Yes, I took the opportunity to just do a quick, what's the word I'm looking for? A shameless promotion. That's the word. Yes, I did take the opportunity to do a shameless promotion right there. I do not regret it. I will do it again. Also, I saw these lines and I really need to get rid of this. Now all I gotta do is just convince my brothers to move to Texas. Just tell them, hey, come on, listen, Texas, no taxes, come on. It's a win for everybody. That and it's cheap living. Cheaper living. I don't know if I could convince them about Canada, though. I can try, but I don't know how well that's gonna land. Especially since, you know, we'd all have to do, you know, some sort of, we would have to go through I don't know how the process works, but I'd have to learn the history of Canada. I barely even know my own history. I barely even know what I had last week. So herein, like, okay, you have to learn the history of this entire country. Buddy, ask me what cereal I had last week. I don't know. I don't even remember having cereal. I don't even know if I did have cereal. Let me find another way. Let me find another option. Could go to Mexico. Someone who doesn't know either. Okay, I could definitely tell you, chances are I'm not going to be able to work in Mexico. And from what I've heard about Tijuana, I don't know how long I'd last living there. Then again, that's Tijuana. That's like saying, I don't know if I could live in America, and after hearing the stories of, I'm trying to remember, what's the one? Well, New York, I guess, is a good example. Like, I've never been, or yeah, I don't know what it's like living in the US, and from what I've heard in the stories of New York, I don't know if I would make it that long. I've been there, wouldn't recommend it. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, that's what I mean. I see the low prices and I'm thinking, I would risk it. Saying, don't go to New York? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I use that as an example of what I was talking about Mexico. Because me using Tijuana for the entirety of Mexico is like someone else using New York as an example of the entire US. I think. I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me if that's not the case at all. Yo, Liz, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to the Liz. How things be? I hope things were going well. What were you working on today?
Moth tax.
No
Anyways,
moth tax.
hello Lampy. How are you today?
First off, no moth tax. Second, I'm doing all right. I'm at the halfway point on a model commission, and I might have another job right around the corner. 2 other jobs are delayed, which means I have time. Thank God I have time to finish these off. So yeah, it's been going all right. Right now, I'm just currently working on some Revenant art right here. Also, speaking of which, everybody go check out Liz. Really awesome people. Really cool streams. How was the Wolfenstein? I hope it went well and everybody stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we are currently working on some Revenant fan art. We're currently making a thumbnail for a future YouTube video. I'm probably going to put that one on the VOD channel because I wanted to use the main channel mostly for tutorial videos, which I am... what's the word I'm looking for? Which I'm just currently in the patient or the waiting phase for that. I still have other ideas and other plans, and I should start recording some other videos for like drawing streams and stuff, and work on that in the meantime. But I've also been working on a lot of commissions. So anyway, the point being is, I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay, and if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you side ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Also, Hook, I forgot to say, I saw the message you sent about the designs later. I'm brainstorming on that one, and I also gotta, you know, what's it called? I gotta get back to you on a price on that. I should get back to you within this week, because I gotta take a minute to think about all of that one. Also, let's see. Oh, loud-ass raid horn? Yeah. I made the raid horn really loud so I could hear it, because I didn't, you know, I don't want to miss a raid. If that one was as low as some of the other sound alerts, I might miss it. And I feel like the raids of all things are the ones I really would not want to miss. That and the subs or bits. You know, when someone decides to support, I want to make sure that I can hear that one. And if someone raids, I also want to make sure I could hear that one, because, you know, they took the time to support the channel. I wouldn't want to just miss that. I was playing some Wolfenstein, blowing up the... fair. Very well. Oh, it went very well? Nice. I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of fun with that. Also, Hollow Bird. Let me see. We got to add Hollow Bird. Oh, it's this one. There we go. Which, by the way, folks, if you like this model and thought, wow, or yeah, if you like this Hollow Knight inspired model design and you thought, hey, I wish I could have one of my very own based off of your own custom character, well, you can. If you just put !vgen, you will see that we have a custom commission service where you too can get your very own Hollow Knight inspired character based off of your custom design. All you gotta do is send the, you know, fill out the form and give a model reference. It could either be a model reference for you or someone you know. Entirely up to you. And we will draw it and have it rigged specifically to cater towards the design that you wanted. Granted, it's also based off of a template. So, well, to be fair, it's not the first time, though it is based off of a template. It doesn't mean that we haven't branched out on that a couple of times already as it is. And when I mean branched out, I mean worked on unconventional models that were unique enough to, you know, alter the model a bit. Because as I always like to say, whenever working on, even with the YCH, I always want to edit the model to the design, not edit the design to the model, if that makes any sense. Well, maybe a little bit of half and half, because that's what a YCH is all about, but you know what I mean. We break the rules on the template a bit, just to fit the design, as you can see. Alright, anyway. Let's get back to the Moth model. There we go. Whew, take your time. All right, sounds good, sounds good. Also, let's give a couple of shout outs over here. Oh, let's see. Let's give a shout out to the Hook, as I'm trying to remember all these names. Go check out the Hookening. They also do a lot of 3D art, a lot of cool stuff over there. And let's give a shout out to Karibo Lord. They play a lot of, they play a good variety of games as well. Awesome people, really cool streams. Go check them both out. Go check out the Hook, go check out the Karibo Lord, and don't forget, go check out Liz the Goth Moth. There you go. Especially if you're playing, what's it called? Especially if you're a fan of Wolfenstein and shooting people. Yeah. All right. Let me see. What on earth am I trying to do now? I'm trying to remember if there's any parts that I missed, because I'm trying to clean up the coloring a bit. Let's also go over to this part and cut those corners, as ironic as that is, because this is actually putting in more work. Okay, as crazy as it is, or as ironic as it is, we're actually doing the opposite of cutting corners by, well, cutting these corners. Check me out on Need Affiliate. There you go. Perfect reason. Folks, go support, go support the Goth Moth, get them to affiliate, get all that good stuff. There we go. Even more reason to go watch it. Now, let me see. Did I get everything? Okay, we should be... Oh, wait. Nope, I missed a part. What we need to do next... Also, before I forget... Let's give a shout out to Night Shadow. Thank you for reminding me. Go check out Night Shadow, folks. They play a good variety of games, really funny streams, really fun times over there. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Except the shout out Night Shadow. Alright, also let me see. I shall be lurking. I'm currently at work. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Alright there, Night Shadow. Best of luck with the work. I hope it goes well. And I hope you have a good day, a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. Also, hold on a minute. Why does this phone keep falling over? I swear, that keeps happening. I'm on break for a week or two, though. Hey, that's what's up. I hope you enjoyed the break. Having a break is a good thing. Always good thing. Always good out. Always get that break. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. And no, thank you for something by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope I hope the lurking goes well. In the meantime, we're just gonna be adding the color to these eyebrows. Like so. Now we need a lighter color tone. To add to this whole thingy. You know what? We'll have it go over the metal, because, in all honesty, we ain't got to worry about that all too much. Let's add... Well, we don't have to worry about the metal yet, because we haven't colored it in. So, we could actually go over that one a couple times. Or, yeah, we could actually go over that, because we'll be editing that color later on anyway. As for this yellow, you know what? I just found a perfect excuse to just add this yellow right here. Add this sleeve to the gold. And do the same thing on the other side. Whoops, that is not the gold color. There we go, perfect. Welcome on in there, Death God. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Thank you for the save as well. I greatly appreciate it, as well as the hydrate. Oh, let's see. On break because it's post-surgery time. Since last week, I gotta chill back. Oh, Because last week I got to chill back on my voice. That and CNY plus holiday. Wait, what's CNY? Oh. That makes me a little curious. Do you celebrate CNY? What's SNI? Is it called SNI? Oh, Chinese New Year. I didn't even realize that. Okay, that one took me a minute. Okay, I just realized what that was now. I think it's Chinese New Year. Okay, so it is Chinese New Year. I don't celebrate it mostly because I usually celebrate regular. Okay, I barely even, well, I wouldn't say I barely celebrate New Year's. Okay, over here in the States, we usually just celebrate New Year's at the end of December. I thought it was a setup for a D's Nuts joke. Part of me was wondering, maybe for a bit, like, maybe, but then I realized, oh wait, they're acronym. It's an acronym. Okay, my bad. That's fair? Yeah. But I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've heard I've heard about the fireworks shows, all of that good stuff. But if you sell... Oh, wait. Did it already pass? If so, how was it? I hope it went well. And Happy New Year. Again, I hope it was a lot of fun. Would be funny, though. Yeah, you never know. Sometimes, like, especially on the internet, like, you never know. People are very, very crafty about that. People are very clever. I forgot what it was, but for those that actually, you know what? I'm trying to remember how it went. But yeah, people are able to catch you with the D's Nuts joke at any, like, near their, yeah, some people can catch you with that stuff because they're very, very clever about it. Like, obviously we have the clan, or the classic ones like Candace and Goblin, or Mind Goblin. And then you have E10. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. CDs. You don't really hear people talk about CDs anymore, mostly because, well, no one has a CD player, and two, whenever you hear CD, you already know that, or high chance, that's setting you up for a trap. But some people get really, really clever with that and try to get you with things that are based off of a game, or even based off of some of the things in your own fan, or, you know, like things that you're a fan of. Like, I'm trying to remember. Okay, how many of y'all know this one? Yeah, how many of y'all know this one streamer that kind of graduated and then got a new model design and all of that? Okay. I'm pretty sure anyone who's in the VTubing scene at least probably most likely knows the name Gargoyle. You know, Shark Girl from HoloLive. Someone turned that name into a D's Nuts joke somehow. I forgot how they did it, but it's because of how, like, they really wanted to catch somebody with a D's Nuts joke. And the person they were trying to catch was really, really good at detecting these D's Nuts jokes. So they got really clever and used that one. I don't remember what it was. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, so they asked that streamer, did you see Gura's new... Yeah, did you see Gura's new Halloween model? She was a ghoul. And they called it Gargoyle. Gargoyle these nuts. So this is why I say, like, yeah, people are getting really, really catchy with that one. Or that's what it was. They asked, like, hey, did you see Gura's new ghoul, or ghoul model? And they bring up, like, I didn't know she had a new ghoul model. What's this? And then, like, he got a new model? Like, yeah, Gargoyle these nuts. So yeah, when I say people are clever with their stuff, they're clever with that stuff. And so that's why whenever you see a word and you're wondering like, huh, I don't understand, and I'm skeptical. This is why. People are very, very clever with this stuff. And most of the time they sound like very, very genuine questions. Like, oh yeah, no problem. And then you find out once they get you with it, like, okay. All right, I see you. And then you never trust anything again. You trust no one whenever they ask you a question. Also, Death God, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I greatly appreciate it. Also, Spock, thank you for the Crab Rave. I greatly appreciate that. Nope, not yet. It'll be on the 17th of February, so yeah. 17th of February. Oh, that's next Tuesday. Hey, should I do a Chinese New Year stream on Tuesday? I don't know. Every disc player can play CDs. Format. Alright, yeah, let's see. Maybe a format after Blu-ray will change that. Wait, people use discs? That's so goofy, right? And also very clever. And this is why trust broken? Exactly. This is why you can never trust nobody. Trust no one. Exactly, soul. Exactly. Rat? Okay, we gotta add a rat model in a little bit. Also, let me see. From the Great Cornholio. Ah, you did the TP again. Or you did the toilet paper again, I see. Alright, so we add the yellow there. We need to add a bit of an orange or a brighter brown. I'm gonna kind of call it an orange. Let's go with that. Or you Ds preemptively. Nothing beats reverse Uno. True. That's what that other streamer did. Whenever anyone tried to catch them with the D's nuts joke before that one showed up, they just hit them with their own joke because they knew exactly how it went. So they just rolled on with it, but then they told them, nice try, try again. By the way, the person they were trying to hit with the D's nuts joke was also in HoloLive. I don't know if anyone knows a Koseki Biju, something like that. Yeah, that was another person where that was where they were tossing all the D's nuts jokes. And they were just deflecting them one after the other for like a good month until someone got tricky with it. But yeah, let's see. A Chinese New Year stream. I wonder if people do have Chinese New Year streams. Possibly. I don't know how many people would do that, but I feel like there's somebody out there who's doing that stuff. Also, I'm going to be honest. If I did try, I'm going to be perfectly fair and warn everybody I'm not qualified for a Chinese New Year stream. I don't even know where to begin. Like, honestly, that's all I can really say is I wouldn't even know where to start. Heck, I don't even know where to start. I barely even know where to start when it comes to regular New Year's streams. I mean, heck, I didn't even get to stream. Okay, not so much I didn't get to stream long enough. It's that heck, I even called it early on my own stream. Mostly because family friends were over, so I just kind of called it early. It said, you know what, it's New Year's somewhere in the world. Actually, it's New Year's literally everywhere else in the world other than where I live. So yeah, you know what, this is a good time to call it. It's fine. Happy New Year's, everybody. And honestly, prove me wrong. Like, everywhere else it was already New Year's, but where I lived. So yeah, I think it was fair enough to call it early. I was gonna stay there well, I tried, but life happens, you know? Also, let me see. and my worst half had our 16th anniversary. Hey, congratulations. 16 years. You know what? What's the word I'm looking for? That's actually pretty awesome right there, because you know what? The fact that you're able to, you and another person, or, you know, two people are able to, you know, live together for that many years, especially in this day and age where divorce is rampant. That's a big accomplishment right there. And I hope both of you enjoy all the time that y'all have in the world. I'm glad to hear that y'all have, you know, enjoyed your time with one another and, more importantly, tolerated each other for that long. Because you know what? That's very wholesome. Now, what on earth am I trying to do? Okay, let me see. We're trying to add the base colors to this here model. Oh, I need to get this color tone right over here. And you know what? We'll add the yellow to the eyebrows again afterwards. But right now, we just need to take this whole part, add the skin tone to the doll, even though the doll has no skin. We still need to add that skin tone to the closest of our ability. That should be good. Then we just get the yellow and just do it all over again. Except this time, I think I'm going to take the brush for this. I do have the brush, right? Why is it not working? Oh, it's because I accidentally switched it to the other color. Whoops. There we go. Mostly because since this brush, or, you know, since the line is very, very small, I might as well just take the brush instead. I'll make it easier on myself. There we go. Also, thank you for the hydrate there, Amber, and welcome on in. How you be? My happiest time was 17 years ago. You know what? Understandable, understandable. Have a nice day. Okay, let me see. Hello? Welcome on in. Happy surviving, yeah. Happy surviving your relationship for another year. Exactly. For the best speech I've seen. Lies and slander and... yeah, lies and slander. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. But yes, lies and slander. But yeah, let me see. Did I catch everything? Oh. My favorite reason to have a physical media collection is because even when the internet is out, I can still watch all of it. Network goes down for others. They start asking themselves if they should have invested in Starlink. No one should ever invest in Starlink. Wait. No, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Which one's the one from the Terminator? Star something? Wait, is Starlink the one from the Terminator? I'm trying to remember, what was the AI that, you know, wiped out all of humanity? I can't quite remember. Star something. Skynet. Oh, Skynet. Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong one. Skynet is the Terminator. Thank you there, Spock. Thank you there, Liz. Punch it indeed. Also, let's give a shout out to the Quee. Quee over here plays a good variety of games. If you're a fan of games like Repo or Elden Ring Night Rain, this is a good place to go. Highly recommend it. Really awesome. Starlink is the Wi-Fi satellite. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I had a feeling like, wait, no, Starlink is the one that people use while they're out in the desert or when they're in the like they're on the road. Pen spin. Hold on a minute. There we go, pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Yeah, the Starlink is the Wi-Fi one. Gotcha. Part of me has been thinking about that too. Like if I live out in the middle of nowhere, I'm definitely gonna want to get Starlink. I was gonna say Skynet. Wrong one. Like, yeah, I don't want to invest in Skynet. or better known as NVIDIA. All right, let me see. But yeah, that's what we're up to. Oh yeah, wait, you know what? I just realized I should show Quee the video of, you know what? I'm thinking, like, I know a few folks. I think I'm just gonna drop a few, or I'm gonna send a link to a few friends for the, like, a sneak peek of what I have in mind for the, or not what I have in mind, but the recording of soloing the freaking Everdark Libra. And in case anyone's wondering, no, that's not an accomplishment, because apparently he's easier when you play solo. And I just wanted to beat him up. And this was my best shot. So I decided, you know what? I only have a couple of days. Yeah, I only have like a day left. I'm going to solo this stinking goat, and I'm going to beat him up. Beat him up like Reese's Puffs. Because he deserves it. Also, what are the eye colors of the Revenant? I don't know. I'm going to go look up Revenant again. I need to find out. What's their eye color? And instead, I got the 2015, yeah, the 2015 movie. I don't even know what that's about. But not what I'm looking for. Revenant, Night Rain. I feel like it might be, like, gray. I could be wrong. Oh, no, they're blue. You know, I'm kind of surprised that they're blue. I thought they would have been, like, a dim gray or something like that. I don't know why. I always thought it was gray. Turns out they're just, I wouldn't exactly say royal blue. It's kind of like a sky blue. And now that I know, it's time to add the sky blue. Also, welcome on in there, Plague. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things be good. I hope things be well. Also, let me see. Funny thing is, she is sitting next to me, and she is in chat too. I mean, sometimes... okay, how do I put it? One, I am honored at the fact that y'all are sitting together watching this stream. As an honestly, two things. One, that's very wholesome, and the fact that y'all decided to, you know, spend your time together and watch this channel, it means a lot. It means a whole lot. Because you could be anywhere, you could be doing anything, and you decided, I'm gonna watch a Lampy stream. That, one, I don't understand why, and two, I greatly appreciate it. I mostly don't understand why, because I don't know why people watch this channel. I'm gonna swap to investing in Umbrella Corp instead. Oh no, not the Umbrella. Wait. Destroyer, wait, hear me out. You don't want to invest in Umbrella? Wait. Hold on a minute. You don't understand. They go bankrupt. Completely ignore the fact about the zombie monsters, but they go bankrupt. They collapse. You don't want that business. That's like saying, you know what? You know what? I don't need to invest in... What's that one store called? I don't need to invest in Circuit City. I'm gonna go with Enron. Actually, no, I take it back. It's like, you know what? Yeah, actually, yeah, something similar to that. I was thinking about computer stuff, and I thought, what computer place actually fell apart? But yeah, it is basically that. Too late? You know what? That's fair. But you gave me the answer there, Soul, and I greatly appreciate that. That's all that really matters. Alright, Lampy, I don't have the health to pull a second all-nighter, so I'll catch you on the flip side, and I hope you have a good stream. Good night. No worries there. Yeah, no worries there, Liz. As a matter of fact, I am glad that you're not trying to pull a second all-nighter. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest, and I hope you have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week. Take care now there, buddy. Let's also give a shout out to Plague while we're at it, because I want to make sure that we get everybody gets a shout out. That they all deserve it. They're all awesome people. Go check out Plague. Really cool people right there. Go check them out. Also, ads start in a minute. Okay, let me see. NVIDIA, OpenAI, Microsoft, or Google. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Maybe streams are always amazing. It radiates in entertainment, or is that the gamma? I mean, I like to think of myself as an entertaining streamer, or at least I want to believe I am, but it might also be this. If there's anything that's radiating, chances are it's highly this. Here, you want to hold it? Here you go. Umbrella Corp is a real biotech industry IRL now. I'm sorry, what? You're lying. Umbrella is not an actual biotech industry. No. Tell me that's not true. Yeah, but when they collapse, I can buy all the stock and then all their research to use for myself. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually genius, their destroyer. Okay, buy that tech company, or buy that biotech company after it collapses, and rename it. So, you know, it, do what they did in, Resident Evil. Rename the business after it's done. I forgot what Wesker renamed it to. Oh, he renamed it to Tricell. You know what? After buying it, rename it to Tricell. There you go, problem solved. It's like investing Twitter to bankrupt them. True. Also, okay, well, I wouldn't exactly say that, because if you're buying a company knowing it's going to fall apart, then that's an entirely different story. But if you're buying a company to make it fall apart, that's two entirely different things. Like, one is intentional, the other one's just... Okay, both of them are foolish, but one of them's intentional, the other one's just negligent. Alright. Commodore went out... Oh, let's see. Commodore went out of business and has been brought back by a fan selling newly made computers for retro software again. You know what? I commend that person for bringing in some retro stuff. Bring in all the retro stuff for that world out there. For those that don't want to keep up, there's Commodore. I think that's a good advertisement. I don't know. Anyway. I taste the static and green apple. Nice. Then you know that the lamp is working. You might also be a lampy now. I don't know what to tell you. All right. The company logo even matches the copy paste. Ah, fair. Okay, the moment it says copy paste, I'm just kind of skipping because I'm like, I'm not reading all of that. Invest in Lampy stock. No. I'm not reading all that Lampy stock. Or no, not reading all that Lampy stock. What's the word I'm looking for? Actually, yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? Don't invest in Lampy stock. You save your money. Also, welcome on in there, Ryu. Someone decided to put a sticker on their window of a skincare of the best skincare in town. Wait, someone decided to put a sticker. Wait, oh, they put an umbrella sticker on their skincare. Oh, of course it would be. Or, yeah, you know what? Okay, fair enough. Now I imagine a moth finding mutagen, slurping on it, and becoming a lampy moth. What on earth is a mutagen? Oh, wait, okay, that one took me a minute. I apologize on that. We're gonna get back to the drawing at hand. Let me try to draw here. Let me try to figure this stuff out. I don't know what I'm talking about no more. Let me just, remove that, whatever button that is. There we go, perfect. 1 and 2 and 3. And it's gonna keep taking, or, you know, just plopping all of these spots right over there. Maybe also get that and that and that. We're just gonna keep getting these little spikes with the wand selection tool, so we could just fill in all those spots. And that should be everything. So new layer, select, modify, expand by 2, Perfect. And then we go back to the base color, fill that one in with the new metal. Perfect. And now we just go for all of them tiny little corners because we've got to get all of them corners. And after this is done, I got to remember that the Revenant's eyes are blue and we got to add the blue. Because I'm not going to lie, part of me may have already forgotten what color I was supposed to add. Like, all right, there, and we got the detail on the spiky balls. What color are their eyes again? That would definitely be an issue that I would have. Like, all right, we got every single detail. Did you forget their, or yeah, do you remember what color their eyes are? Dang it. Okay, one more time. Also, Bambi, thank you for the hydrate. Also, if someone could put exclamation point Bambi, I'd greatly appreciate that. Where's my water? Boiled down, the company name is also a kind of umbrella, and they match the... Oh, let's see. There's also kind of an umbrella. And they match the game logo while really being biotech company. Okay, you already know that that company is up to no good. And you know they chose that name specifically to catch people's eyes, catch people's attention. Like, okay, they know the game. If they know the game, then they know this name. They will remember this. Yeah, but would they buy? We didn't think that far. Or we didn't think that part through. You know what? The best we can do is hope. That doesn't sound like a really good idea. Look, we didn't ask your opinion. All right, we should be all good with that. Also, thank you there, Jira, for... Yeah, thank you, Jira. Folks, go check out Bambi Balance. Really awesome people. They do a lot of arting. They play a good variety of games. If you're a fan of BioShock, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of, like, Friend Swap games, that's also a good place to go. If you're a fan of art, also a good place. And if you're a fan of iPad kits, okay, you might not be a fan of iPad kits, but that's a good place to go. They have a redeem where you can turn them into an iPad kit. What does that mean? Go find out. I'm not gonna lie, that last part might have been more of a deterrent. But trust me, go check out Bambi Balance. Really awesome people. Trust me, trust. Thank you, Jira. Here, take this too. Hey, no merch. Okay, well maybe merch. No vgen. Okay, well maybe vgen. Just no throne. There we go. There we go. No throne. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. I hope everybody's good. How was your day going by? Or how was your day going, Lampy? So far, I want to say it's been going pretty well. Like I was saying earlier, okay, so I got feedback on the, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to remember the name. The Waffle House art from yesterday. I got feedback from the client, which, by the way, this is a good thing because anyone who's ever worked with commissions, you know, if the client's giving you feedback, that means that you're getting closer to the goal. And we got feedback from the client, and they requested a couple of changes to the forest, which, honestly, I agree with. And you'll find out what that is next Tuesday, because I'm going to be drawing the forest again some more, working on the what's the other part again? Yeah, we're going to be working more. Actually, you know what? I might actually work on some of the work in the background. I'm not entirely certain. It depends on how the other project goes, because I think at the moment, I only have 2 projects right now, or 2 off-screen projects. Yeah, there's the Nekomata art and the Nebula model art, or the Nekomata, you know, Waffle House art and the Nebula model art. So I'm actually down to only 2 commissions right now. So if there's time, I may just work on the Nekomata art off screen, because, you know, wait until Tuesday. I don't know how to feel about that one. I kind of want to just send them well, not send the work, because I'll probably draw the building on screen, but work on the forest some more off screen, and then I'll let you know what the changes were. You may probably see it when that time rolls around. Okay, Jira, I see what you did. You may not know that I see what you did, but I see what you did there, Jira. I see what you did. I saw you were invading the throne. Get away from the throne. No throne. Stay away from the throne. Thank you for the giant image. Or the giant emote. Stay away from the throne. Bad. Bad, Jira. Bad, Jira. You know what? Just for that, you're getting another shout out. Folks, go check out Jira. Very supportive people to a lot of different streams. Go pay the shadow tax because they're asking for you to pay the shadow tax at this point. They're just asking for it. Go pay shadow tax. What was the one commission? What was the one commission that you really enjoyed? That is a tricky one. That is a tricky one, mostly because there was a lot of fun commissions. There was a lot of commissions where I liked... Okay, I will say this. There was a lot of commissions where I liked the idea and it was a fun project. There was a lot of commissions where I liked the idea and it was absolutely grueling. And then there was a lot of commissions where... a job's a job. I will accept it. I will take it, and I'm pretty sure it'll be fun. But I will say, regardless of all of that, I greatly appreciate each and every one of those jobs because, you know, again, in my line of work, you never know when you're going to get your next job. Sometimes there are some times where an entire month goes by with no work at all whatsoever. I call those free days. Granted, I wish I had, or yeah, it's one of those, I don't know, it's a tricky situation where it's like, I wish I had more work, but at the same time, you also don't want to get overwhelmed with the work, so it's a tricky balance. But to answer the question of, what was the one you really enjoyed? I would say, so there was this one space serpent art. Hold on, let me get the image of the space serpent art right quick. Because this was a really, really fun one. I loved on Nerd and no shadow text. There's always shadow text. See, the Lampy plushie that you got in the mail said there was a shadow text. So you know it's true. But yeah, let me see. Commissions. Also, in case anyone's wondering, why am I not explaining what I'm doing with the art piece? I'm gonna be honest, when you get to the part of just adding the base color, that's just basically it. You're just adding the base color, so there isn't really much to really say behind all of that. I will say, the Waffle House one is a good one. I really enjoy the Waffle House art. I'm not just saying that because I'm working on it right now. I like the concept, I like the dumb idea, and we're gonna be fair, sometimes the dumbest ideas are some of the best ones. And this is a really dumb idea. Let me see. Commissions. I'm trying to find it right quick.
Lampy Moth Tax?
No, Lampy Moth Tax. You save your money. Despite the fact that I throw bits at y'all just for the funnies, save your money. Oh, here it is. This art piece right here. Hold on a minute. Let me double check. There we go. This one. This one was a really, really fun project. I really liked this one because I got the opportunity. Okay, so, oh, actually, the person who commissioned me to make this, one, a really good friend of mine. He used to play a lot of Genshin back in the day. Well, I still need to talk to them about playing Crypt of the Necrodancer. But going back to it, more importantly, they told me the design that they wanted, which was Eldritch Space Serpent flooding the galaxy. And when I heard that thought, I was like, okay, I read you loud and clear. Let me think about this one for a minute, because the brain gears are turning. The brain juice is flowing. The creativity is manifesting right now. We're gonna figure this out. Give me one moment. And so, yeah. After talking to that friend for a bit, brainstorming the idea, sketching it up, we came up with this. And it was a whole lot of fun, mostly because I really got to just... Honestly, I just got to... This was an image where I literally just got to play around. That's the best way to put it, is that this one didn't even feel like work. This was just more like, okay, let me see how crazy I can make this. Let me see how psychedelic I can roll. And could you believe no drugs were involved? Like, nothing to make me trip out. I was just like, okay, I have the idea. Let me just see how wild I can get with this. I also ended up looking into a lot of undersea creatures. Like, let me see what the translucent creatures underground look like. Hey. Look, I may be old, and I may live in California. You're on a lamp? Okay, you know what? Fair. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, let me do this. Take that, Bambi. Oh yeah, Mooney's here. Hold on a minute. Let's also give a shout out to Mooney. Yo, Mooney. Take this too. Folks, go check out Bambi. Go check out Mooney. Really awesome streams. Really cool times. Really cool people. Very funny times. Mooney over here. We actually made an emo for them last Sunday. Accept it, Bambi. No throne. Stay away from the throne. Y'all already hit the throne. California mentioned? Yeah, I was talking about California because somebody here doubted that I was on, or that I wasn't on drugs. And then they proceeded to bring up the lamp, so I was like, oh, okay, you know what? Fair enough. And I told them, like, no, I was not on drugs, even though that may be hard to believe because I'm old and I live in California. Look, I'm gonna be fair with y'all folks. I'm gonna take a jab at California every chance I get. Why? Because I live here. It is also one of the places where someone decided, you know what? Let's try to make our own Choco Taco with blackjack. And you know what? Or, you know, with blackjack and hookers. And I thought, you know what? Okay. You know what? Honestly, I agree with Choco Taco. So I may talk a lot of smack about this place. And 80% of it may be some hot garbage. Well, and 20% of that 80 may be literal hot garbage. Because it's been out in the sun and it hasn't been, it's been on the sidewalk and it's sitting in a hot sun. But, you got some good things here and there. If you want food, this is a good place to go. And I'm a person who enjoys his food. Even though I just kind of wolf it down like a Hoover devil. Or a dirt devil. Dirt devil. Okay, I may not be the best of examples for all of this. Also, I think I'm just going to take this orange for all of that. Let's go back over here. Just add that orange on that part. Take the orange from here and add it to this part. Oh, I take it back. Most of the time the food is good, with the exception of IHOP. Or maybe it's just downtown IHOP. I'm going to say it's probably downtown IHOP. All right, let's see. This space, Centurion. I'm assuming Centurion, or is it Praetorian? Or Praetorian. Kind of reminds me of the Blind Obsession. What's the Blind Obsession? Texas is not much better? Dang. I live in Texas. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I can imagine, because after Death God saying Texas ain't much better, like, I can only imagine. Like, it would be wild to hear, like, oh yeah, we're sitting next to each other. By the way, we live in different states. How on earth did you manage to find a house that's in the middle of 2 different states? And if so, how on earth did you pull that off? And is it cheaper? Because you gotta let me know if it's cheaper living. You know what? It might not even be that. It might be more expensive living, because now you gotta pay taxes in 2 different states. Imagine having a blind obsession. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Sad news there, folks. If you're a streamer, or yeah, if you watch streamers, I hate to break it to you, there might be a blind obsession. Oh, I'm kidding. Maybe, hopefully. God, I hope I'm not kidding. If not, I gotta unsubscribe to a lot of people. Or, well, unfollow a lot of people and unsubscribe on YouTube. Now, what's the color tone of this part here? Okay, so that's a dark brown, kind of a grayish color. Almost a steel gray. That works perfectly fine. We're gonna go to the line art again, snag that color tone. Let me see something over here. Okay, so it's most of the boot. So anything that isn't part of the bootstraps, we've got to take those parts. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Okay, so I'm assuming it's this part and that part. Whoops. And then for this side, you know what? Yeah, let's just toss that there. And then select that. And then modify expand by 2, and we should be good right there. And we just fill in those spots. After we leave the line art. There we go, perfect. Alright, California roll. Yeah, see, there you go. Oh, yeah, okay, so when you say California roll, are you talking about the food, or are you talking about the driving? Because I remember someone back in one of my, offline D&D day, or yeah, IRL D&D days. I remember them telling me, like, oh, so you California roll. And I'm like, what on earth is California roll? And apparently that means when you don't stop at a stop sign, you just slowly roll, or you slowly roll through. Yeah, that's the word. You don't go to a complete stop. You just slow down, you look left to right, and then you continue driving. Blind Obsession is a distortion from Limbus Company. It kind of looks like a big blue fish. Oh, okay, let me look up Blind Obsession Limbus Company, because now I want to see what on earth is this big blue fish. I was just gonna type big blue fish, wrong one. Blind Obsession Limbus. All right, let's see what a big blue fish looks like. Image, big blue fish. Oh, there's the fish. I was gonna say, that ain't no fish at all. Where's the fish? Now I see it. Okay. I'm just gonna toss this image right over here so y'all can see big blue fish. Yeah, okay, so what I first saw was this image here. This one. And I was wondering, like, wait, oh, I can't use that? Come on, drop the thingy. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll find a different image. I'll find a different image of the same thing. Somewhere. Okay, fine, you know what? I can't find it. Either way, we have the main big blue fish, which I'm not gonna lie, I mean, I kind of see more of a green, but yeah, I suppose that's blue. A little bit. That's kind of bluish. Also, let me see. Only California roll I like has imitation crab, avocado, and sweet rice. Did I hear Limbus Company? Yeah, so Megu over here was telling me about a big blue fish because I was showing off a giant space eel that I drew a while back, and they brought up Blind Obsession over here. And so now we're showing an image of a big blue fish, which I am convinced might be green. But I guess there's some blue features, kind of. More of a aquamarine, maybe a turquoise in a way. I suppose it's kind of blue. I'll roll with it. Yeah, you know what? We'll go with blue, I suppose. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't know anything about Limbus Company. I just know that one person that I know of a long time ago played a lot of it on their stream. I believe they are called a Cliffoth. They're a Mothman. And they play a lot of Limbus Company last I checked. I don't know if they still play it, but last I remember seeing, they played a lot of it. Also, let me see. I remember that, boss? Ah, fair. Today's minor dungeon resets too. A Limbus streamer? Yeah, look up Cliffoth with a K. Let me see if I can spell it right quick. Cliffoth. There we go. That's their name. Look them up. Last I checked, they play a lot of the Limbus. Now, let me see. What am I looking for next? Okay, so we got that. Oh, right. This entire time, I was coloring everything in. I forgot. Eyes are blue. Gotcha. So, let's just fix that up right quick. Now we need to go for some bright blue eyes. Something around this color tone, I think, should work fine. We're going to get our eraser. We're going to increase the color tone, or the size of the eraser, so we could cover more ground. Reduce the size so we could get those corners. And there we go. That should be good. We'll just add a brighter tone later down the road, because we got to add a lot of bright tone. Then let's save, because I forgot when was the last time I saved. It sounds really similar. I mean, it might be. It might be something along those lines. I just know that they have Mothman or theme, but they might have gotten their name based off the Cliffoth. Fun fact, folks, did you know there's a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype based off of the Cliffoth? They're giant robot ships. I know that part may sound a little crazy, but yeah, giant robot ships. Yes, we couldn't go a single stream without talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And in case you're wondering, yes, it's probably going to be that, if you ever considered that meme where the dude is all red and the veins are pulsing out of his head, because it looks like he's really trying to not do something, or he's containing something within him. Yeah, that's probably me. Every time the idea of going through one stream not talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Rolls through my head, that's probably me. Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah! Speaking of which, yo, did you know that okay, I mentioned it earlier. They made the new Call of the Haunted deck. I can't wait for that to come out, because I want those cards. I want those cards. I want the whole zombie trio as a single card. I want that new pumpkin card. I don't know how to feel about the Red Eyes card. Okay, technically it's not a Red Eyes card, but it's a card where they have 3 of Joey's monsters. They got Flame Swordsman, Red Eyes Black Dragon, and Tiger Axe, I believe it is. And they're all in the same position as crawling drag, you know, Bones' zombie drag, or zombie cards. And I want those cards. Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh! I continued the stereotype of not realizing that zombie cards can search Call the Haunted. Wait, what do you mean continued the stereotype? Okay, I don't know what Megu said. I'm assuming it's Limbus Company stuff. But yeah, what do you mean they're read? Oh, I didn't read cards. Oh, you know what? Fair enough, fair enough. Dude, the amount of times they just snap. The amount of times that deck just says, you know what? If you have a card, get Call of the Haunted. You have a zombie, get Call of the Haunted. You summon a monster, get Call of the Haunted. Your monster goes away, get Call of the Haunted. It's just like, again, they just wanted to have the anime effect where, or, you know, they wanted to have the anime playstyle where doesn't matter how many times your zombie dies, it's just going to keep coming back again and again and again and again and again, and they just ain't going to stop. Those zombies are on their bike with no handlebars. Or those zombies are riding their bike with no handlebars. No, wait, wrong song. What's the song I'm thinking of? Oh, those zombies are Mr. Fahrenheit. That's the one. Mr. Fahrenheit, the Supersonic Man. Because can't nobody stop them zombies now. They're just going to keep on going. And you know what? If I do play that zombie deck... Oh, you know what? I need to call a friend when those zombies come out. Because when those zombies come out, I'm just going to keep playing that song. Just play that song. Can't stop me now. I forgot how the rest of the song goes. Okay, you know what? I need to look it up again. I know it had something to do with I'm having a ball. Let me see. Can't stop me now. Something, something, something. I'm having a ball. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look up the... I'm just gonna have to listen to the song Mr. Fahrenheit from Queen. You know what? I'm just gonna low-life it and just binge an entire Queen album. Or, you know, maybe the entire discography. I don't know. Queen's good music. Like, I remember back in college, that's what I was listening to a lot. Why? Got really good music. That's all there really is to it. Also, apologize for flooding the chat with Limbus talk, Lampy. All good, all good. If y'all want to talk about the Limbus, y'all talk about the Limbus. Fair warning, I will skip over it, but you can continue to talk about the Limbus all you want. I'm just going to be reading everything else. Not out of disrespect, though. It's just that I don't know what any of it means. Project Moon Sleeper Agent when Limbus mentioned. Yeah? I was gonna say, I swear, like, now I've learned that there's a couple of... Okay, I've learned one thing when it comes to just streaming and hanging out with people on the internet. It's that we all have that one word. We all have that one thing where the moment it is mentioned, we go feral. For me, it's Risk of Rain 2, Yu-Gi-Oh!, or Elden Ring Night Ring. For Night Shadow, apparently, it is Limbus. For Ryu, it might also be California. Or Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, okay, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Ryu hates Yu-Gi-Oh! And apparently for one other friend over here, yeah, for one of my friends, it's the word chicken. They don't go feral, they just turn into a chicken for like 10 seconds. You know who you are. That's absolutely fair, don't worry. Alright, sounds good, sounds good. And Persona. Apparently Persona 2. I wish I just... Another one. Bites the dust though. Okay, yeah, you know what? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as well. Mine is Resident Evil. Yeah, you bring up Resident Evil. Maybe even Leon. Bambi will go feral. So if y'all want to talk about... Wait, Bambi, were you here to hear that apparently there's a company that's actually called Umbrella? Is that a insert thing reference? Insert the reference. Oh, yeah. Insert reference, insert reference, insert reference. Yeah, basically. Ooh, chicken. I do want to sometimes, but cats instead. If someone said meow, I'd meow back. Fair enough, fair enough. So you already know what to do. If you ever see Night Shadow on stream, just put meow. Oh no? Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I heard that. Like, hey, did you know that Umbrella's an actual company and it's a biotech company? I'm like, take it back. Take it back. Don't you tell me that it's a biotech company. Take it back. Take it back. I don't want it. I did not agree to this. That's not good at all. Exactly. I'm like, I don't know. I did not agree to this. I did not agree to this at all. Oh, hey, I just realized. Now, it's not confirmed, but let's be honest, it's kind of confirmed. If Leon is in the new Resident Evil game, you want to know what that means? Ada is probably not far behind, because you already know how it is. Ada's gonna be there to yank Leon's chain, not in that way, in a more metaphorical sense. And in a more messed up sense, because let's be honest, she's never yanking his chain. Or she's never yanking his chain that way, but she wants him to believe that she's gonna yank his chain in that way. That's why he's still... poor foolish Leon. I am convinced, like, that's... it's a one-sided thing, and he's just never getting the picture. Maybe in this new one, they'll finally... Maybe, who knows? Maybe in this new one, he'll bring up, like, yeah, no, I finally figured it out. Only time will tell. And if he doesn't... Oh, dude, it's been years. It's been decades. Come on, man. I feel bad for Leon. I'm not gonna lie. I feel bad for him. I don't think I've meowed much on stream. Much is the key word there. Let's see. This stream is the only place I talk Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Lampy always mentions it daily. That's also true. It's also very, very true. Like I said, not a day goes by where I don't bring it up. Like, I could be having a very simple conversation. I've only done it like twice. Case and point. Yeah, I rest my case, Your Honor. That's the only thing I really need to say is I rest my case, Your Honor. But yeah, going back to the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, yeah, doesn't matter what day, doesn't matter what the topic is, doesn't matter what the context is, chances are Yu-Gi-Oh is gonna be brought up. Even unintentionally, I could be like, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about Yu-Gi-Oh today. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let's be honest, I never told that I never told that to myself. But if I did, I would fail miserably. MILF Ada, I'm so excited. Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? You be excited for that. Yeah, you be excited for Ada. I'm just gonna be looking at that like, all right, she's back. That's cool. Poor Leon. Also, yeah, Leon is down bad for Ada. He is. Like, well, at least he tried with somebody else, but she probably saw all the red flags with Leon. Like, oh yeah, you know what? If she deals with Leon, he's probably also gonna have to deal with Ada, and that's too much hassle. That's too much work. And that's gonna be a hard that's gonna be a hard pill to swallow. That knowing full well that, you know, whoever's dating Leon is probably also gonna have to worry about, or is gonna have to, you know, have to deal with the hard truth that Yeah, he's always going to be into Ada. That's why I think he doesn't get any ladies, because, well, yeah, that's why I think he doesn't get any ladies. But hey, on the upside, he didn't take the offer from Ashley, because you know full well 10 years from now that would have been cancelable. And I don't mean that like in the game wise, I mean like, well, yeah, I mean that in-game story wise, like, you know, that would have been a scandal. President's bodyguard sleeps with President bodyguard sleeps with the president's daughter. More at 11. You know, that would have been a whole thing right there. I like listening to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Talks. I don't know as much as Lampy, but I do watch the anime on my free time. You know what? The fact that anyone wants to listen to me ramble on about Yu-Gi-Oh! That's always good to know. Because you know what? As much as I hate to admit it, that, well, I don't actually hate to admit it. This is my obsession. This is the one thing where I'm like, if there's anything I could talk about forever, it's that. Stare of the Snake Hair might be a good general staple because of their payment negate plus search. I forgot the effect of Snake Hair. How does Snake Hair work again? Hold on a minute. Well, actually, let me see. First, let's get some lighter tones for all of these colors. Because we need a lighter tone for the brown. Actually, you know what? I think the brown needs a... I think the orange needs a darker color tone. The brown needs a darker color tone. The metal needs a lighter color tone, and so does the hair. So let's work on the gold first. Let's get this gold. Let's get this yellow. Kind of a cream color for the yellow. Like a light lemon, that sort of thing. We'll figure it out from there. The girlfriend that broke up with Leon before the events of the second game really messed him up for life. I don't know if... Wait. He had a girlfriend before Resident Evil 2? Wait, what happened there? Wait, how did she mess up his life? Wait, is that the reason why he became a cop? Did he become a cop just to, you know, forget about his girlfriend? Now I want to know about this one. I also need to find out about the Snake Hair card later. Also, let me see. A bit off topic, but Lampy, do you watch... Oh. Do you watch Pretty Pretty Please? I don't want to be a magical girl. Animatics. I have never heard of that anime before. But I'm intrigued. What's it about? Discard to search Call the Haunted. Oh, discard to search Call the Haunted. When special summon in attack position, target your opponent's monster, negate their effects, plus unable to use on the material. Oh! Dude, that... Okay, you know what? Yeah, I can see what you mean now, Ryu. Like, that doesn't even sound like a card that would be good for zombies. That sounds like a card that would be good for everything. Just literally discard it, get Call the Haunted, play Call the Haunted, flip that card up, boom. Once that's summoned, affect one of their cards, you literally brick that card. Yeah, that would actually be a pretty solid card right there. That's a pretty solid card for any deck. You can toss that in anything. It searches its own special summon too. So, yeah, that's its own negate. So long as, and you know what I like about that card? It's also fair. You can shut that thing down with ease. You just need a simple Ash Blossom, or negate its own card effect, or hit the trap card, and you're good. Because, yeah, we need more cards like that. I don't care what anyone says. We need more fair cards. I know that people don't like it when a card is fair, because it's like, yeah, this card ain't really broken. And it can lose to a lot of things. It's the most fair card you could possibly imagine. And I'm like, good. We need more of those. We need more of the game to be fair. I know the game was never fair, but we need more cards that are fair. So it's fun when they go off, but it's possible to, you know, hit. All right, let me see. Yeah, she broke up with him right before he started his cop job. Leon got super drunk before the first day and was technically a bit hungover during the second game, according to the original lore. I don't know about the remake. Oh. Hmm. You know what? You know what? Honestly, okay, now that you put it that way, yeah, I could see why she messed him up for life. Because if he had, you know, if he had a girlfriend and was in a healthy relationship during the times of Resident Evil 2, he wouldn't have, you know, Ada wouldn't have worked or been able to, you know, pull his strings as easily for several decades. Either that, or, you know, he would have broke up with her after because Ada would have been pulling his strings so easily. Who knows? But he would have had a better shot at not being toyed with or being played like a fiddle, and not in the fun way. So, yeah, maybe her breaking up with Leon did ruin his life in a way. Yeah. The umbrella situation didn't help either, but yeah, that's potatoes right there. All right, let's see. In before it becomes outdated, once a new summoning method comes out. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Okay, this is gonna age like milk, but I'm pretty sure we're not gonna have to worry about a new summoning method because we don't have a new anime. And I don't think we're gonna get one anytime soon. So, yeah, I think we're good when it comes to the thought of a new summoning mechanic ruining this game. It's already kind of broken already as it is, and I mean more broken than it once was, but that's not the point. The point being is I think we should be fine. I think we should be good. Okay, even then we're still not good because this game is a little broken. I don't even mean, you know, the regular kind of broken. I mean seriously broken. All right, anyway, let me see. Okay, now when my brain is completely fried, it's time to go to the smart place. Bye. All right there, Megu. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Also, Clock, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Also, if you were expecting me to say the entire name, I would like to refer you to I would like to refer you to the counseling room the counseling room numbered E10. I love that number. Yeah, the counseling room is E10. The receptionist should let you in. Her name is Candace. All right, anyway, let me catch up with some things. It's a new animation series by Kaina Hansmith on YouTube. I believe they're currently working with Mercury Filmworks to make the series fully animated, but a magical girl who doesn't want to be a magical girl and just wants to live a normal life like other people. It's only 2 episodes so far. Why does that sound familiar? Well, not sounds familiar, but the concept sounds very familiar. I could swear. Okay, maybe that's just most magical girl stories. I don't know. But it does sound very, very familiar. Maybe it is just because of the concept. Also, welcome on in there, Beans. Let's see. Just don't want another dimensional barrier situation, only for links to ruin it. Yes, I agree. I don't even know if you're agreeing with me or if you're just like, oh yeah, you just don't want that. I'm like, yes. Yes, I don't want that. Because that's what happened to a lot of cards. There was a lot of cards where they had some reasonable and fun mechanics, and then once links rolled in, all of that just went out the window. What's that one deck called? The Halloween based deck. It's not even it's a Halloween based deck, but it's not a spooky deck. Even though it's all about scaring monsters and having them hide by putting them in face down defense mode. Yeah, that entire deck kind of got ruined because of link monsters. And then you had the Crystron's Ghost Tricks. There you go. Thank you. That's the one. Ghost Tricks. It sounds like Madoka Magica. Probably. Yes, Ghost Tricks. Also, welcome on in there, Yuriko. How you be? Also, let's give a shout out to Yuriko. Very funny streams, very unhinged, really crazy stuff. Go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. It's very goofy, though I love it so far. You had me at it's goofy. Because as someone who has watched a lot of goofy animes, like the first 1 or 2 seasons of, what was that one anime called? Love is War. And the first 1 or 2 seasons of Konosuba. And all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I am a fan of goofy animes. And yes, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a goofy anime, even though it has some very, very serious moments, which I've talked about that one before. I had a whole stream dedicated to just, when I say ranting and raving, I mean like the positive thing. I just went full on ham talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because, well, I didn't want to talk about spoilers, especially since Stone Ocean had just recently finished on that one. I just decided, you know what? I want to talk about JoJo's. I want to talk about all of JoJo's, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone, so I'm just going to dedicate an entire stream and let everyone know. Fair warning, we're going to be going full ham on JoJo's. I'm just going to talk the whole series. If you haven't watched the entire series, unfortunately, this episode or this stream may not be for you. But I'm just gonna just rant and rave and look forward or look out. So there you go. That was basically how the entire stream went. I'm not gonna lie, part of me kind of wants to talk about JoJo's again. Also, Ripley, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Ripley. How was the model rigging? I saw you were working on the head angles recently. Also, I'm going to catch up with the rest of the readings soon enough, but give me 1 second there. We got to give credit where credit is due. Folks, go check out Ripley. They play a good variety of games. They do a lot of amazing art. They're also doing a lot of live 2D rigging. They just learned how to do live 2D rigging not too long ago, and the works that they've been doing, absolutely phenomenal. If you haven't checked them out, you should definitely do so. Especially if you want to see how live 2D rigging works. Everyone stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes the live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We are currently working on a PNG image. I'm currently drawing a fan art of Elden Ring Night Rain character, Revenant. Why? Because I needed a thumbnail for this one video where I show a boxing build for this crazy little creature over here. Emphasis on the crazy, emphasis on the little, and emphasis on the creature. I'm gonna be just gonna be posting a video on one of the YouTube channels of this this Revenant just boxing it out with a goat, and technically themselves. There's gonna be a lot of boxing involved. Look forward to that. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was the rigging? I hope it went well. Yeah, the angles are coming along nicely. How are you? So far, so good. I'm currently working on a couple of commissions here and there. I'm almost done. I'm down to 2. And yeah, they're pretty solid right there. So I'm just working on all of that. A goat? Yeah, there's an Everdark goat in Elden Ring Night Rain. And that goat sucks so much unless you're playing solo, in which case it's kind of weak and it's actually kind of fun to fight, but only when you're playing solo. Outside of that, it's like, okay, I hate this goat. I played the deck once and never played it again. Which one? Ghost Tricks? I liked Ghost Tricks. But yeah, I was trying to catch up some reading, so we're going to get through that right quick. Let me see. Oh, right. That's what I was talking about earlier, that Link Monsters kind of messed up a lot of things. There was a Crystron deck, or yeah, there was a Crystron deck, and that one was mostly a bunch of crystal monsters that their main gimmick was switching monsters to defense mode constantly. Like, one monster, you just synchro summon it on your opponent. Oh, also, the other gimmick of that deck was synchro summoning on your opponent's turn. So you summon up a synchro monster on their turn and you switch all of their monsters to defense mode. That was a lot of fun. It wasn't a good deck, but it was fun. And then Link Monster showed up and that kind of put a wrench in all the plans. Because you can't switch Link monsters to defense mode and you can't flip them face down. So, like I said, decks like Crystron's, which switched all the monsters to defense, and decks like Ghost Tricks, which flipped them face down, they had no chance against that deck because their entire gimmick is broken because of a single type of card. And this single type of card was marketed to be a card type that every deck needed for the most part at that time. And to this day, still kind of use a lot. Because it's a busted, yeah, it's kind of a busted card type. So yeah, if your deck can play a Link monster, you were less likely to not use it. Because if you could, and most decks could, you're most likely to probably have one or two, the entire extra deck. So yeah, you just rolled with it. I would know because I was a Ghost Trick player during the Kaiser Coliseum, or yeah, during the Kaiser Coliseum legal. Were you using Kaiser Coliseum, or were you the one playing Kaiser Coliseum? Because that changes everything. Is it okay to pick up girls in a dungeon is peak? I did not see that anime either. Did you ever play a trick or treat build or the deck? Wait, which one's a trick or treat build? Also, Toasty, thank you for the raid, or not the raid. Thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate that. How you be there, Toast? Also, let me try to catch up a couple of things here. Let me see. I've played a deck once and never played it again. Fair enough. A goat? Yeah, indeed a goat. I mainly build my decks on sheer power and speed and scaling. Wait, is it scaling? I have over 20 decks of different Ghost Trick decks. Wait, how's that work? Alright, let's see. I have max rarity version of it if I were, or yeah, of it IRL. Ooh. Wait. Did they make all the Ghost Tricks ultra rare? Because I feel like they made ultra rare versions of all the main monster cards. I'm trying to think about that one. Let's see. I deliberately used Kaiser Coliseum in my Ghost Trick deck. I angered a Blackwing player with it. Nice. You know what? I know that feeling. I had Kaiser Coliseum in my Kaiju deck. Anyone who plays Kaiser Coliseum is an absolute deplorable and unapologetic scumbag. I played Kaiser Coliseum. Yeah. I regret nothing. To be fair, I also play, what's that one? I also play, what's it called? Umi Control. And let's be honest, Umi Control is practically the same thing. Umi control is essentially just Kaiser Coliseum, the deck. Unless you're playing against a rival water deck, in which case, well, that entire plan went out the window. Also, ads start in a minute. Also, thank you there, Rainy. I greatly appreciate that. Also, no, I'm good on the extra money in the wallet. Everybody save your money. Everybody save your money. All right, let's catch up with the reading. All right, let's catch up with the arting right quick. Let me try to find a brighter tone on the metal, because we want it to be a little more, again, we want to give it that rusted look. So we're going to have dark blue for the actual metal, and then we're going to add a lighter brown for everything else. Also, welcome on in there, Toshi. You know what this means. Like that. I had a similar mindset using Wavering Eye. Hate others using it, but use it when I can, when it is legal. Or when it was legal.
Moth cult tax. Yeah.
No moth cult tax. You save your money, Toshi. We've been through this. Save your money. No. Also, folks, Toshi doesn't stream yet, but you should, or when that time rolls around, if that time rolls around, you should go support the Toshi. I highly recommend it. Go supporting the Toshi and all of that good stuff. Now, let me try to figure this out. What am I trying to do again? Ah, here we go. Let's put our brush at 100% opacity. We need to add these lighter tones of brown to give it that rusted look like mentioned before. So, here's what we're also going to do. Oh, wrong color tone. Let's get that blue. Let's erase the brown that's on that blue. What we're going to do is get our brush, put it at 0% sharpness. Increase the size of that brush. And the reason why we put it at 0% sharpness but 100% opacity is because I want to have the reflected light on that sort of thing. Here's what we're going to do. All right, not the reflected light, but we're going to add a gradient to this here light. So, what we've got to do is put our pen tablet down. And we're going to use the mouse clicker for this one. Because as I always mention, if we use the pen tablet, we're going to get a gradient, but it's not going to be as strong. It's going to be a little lacking when it comes to that. We don't want that. So, what we can do is get our mouse clicker, click on that, and boom, we got a nice smooth gradient instead of just a blurry circle. We don't want a blurry circle. We want an actual gradient right there, and this is exactly how we're going to get that. So let's bring up that brightness on that. Maybe a brighter color tone on that brown, because this one is a little lacking on that. So let's go with a brighter tone. There we go, much better. This is what we're going to be working with. But we're also going to be putting our brush back at a 30% opacity. So when we click, we can just use a single color tone to get our shading however we see fit. All we got to do is just click on it more and more and more. And this is why we put our brush at 0% sharpness. So we could get that nice smooth gradient. Like so. Click. Bring the circle down, click again, bring the circle down, click again, bring it up a little bit more, click one more time, maybe two more times, and then just click in the center. 1, 2, 3, go back over here, 1, 2, 3, and there we go. We got our gradient, we got our blend, we got all of that. And we're just going to keep using this brush for the whole thing, and we're going to keep our brush at, actually, we're going to need to add a different layer. Thank you for the save. I greatly appreciate that. We're going to make a new layer for this, and we're going to call this Metal Shine. There we go. We're going to take our brush, put it at 50% sharpness. Because with 50% sharpness, we get a slightly less blurry... Yeah, we get slightly less blurry on our image, or on our brush. But it's not absolutely 100% crisp. We want a half and half, where it's not blurry, but it's not crisp. You want something a little bit down the road there. Now, let's start working on that next. What we want to do is we want to add a zigzag on all of these spikes. We want to make a tiny little tornado on each and every one of those. That's how we're going to get our lighting effect on said spike. Just zigzag, little tornado. Don't make it go entirely across the entire thing, because then, you know, you don't get the tornado effect. We want a slight tornado-y, a slight little tornado. So it just goes right in front, down the middle. Also, welcome on in there, Blobby. How you be? Let's give a shout out to Blobby Derp. If you haven't checked out the Blobby Derp, I highly recommend that you do. Go check them out. Really awesome people, really cool streams. Overall, just really swell folks. Go support the Blobby. I highly recommend it. And how you be? I hope things are going well. And there we go. Let's continue on from here. Just keep on adding them tornadoes on each and every one of these spikes. Sometimes they may not have to be in the dead center either, because in certain occasions, like this one right here, if you put it in the dead center, the lighting effect wouldn't make a lot of sense. So for here, we're actually going to put it closer to the top of the spike, or technically closer to the left, and all that good stuff. There we go. I love communities like yours, man. You're one of the good ones. I don't know if I would say that, because that's implying that there are some bad communities out there. And I'd rather not go down that road. That's a whole rabbit hole that, that's... How do I put it? That's a whole rabbit hole that... The word I'm looking for that one is... That puts others down. And I really don't like that idea. Unless it's myself, in which case I'm gonna put myself down. But only if it's me putting myself down. Like, see, folks, that's the one thing when it comes to confidence, I guess, in a way. How do I put it? It's cool to put, or, well, maybe not cool. It's funny to put yourself down. But when other people try to put you down for the same joke, even if you set yourself up for it, then that's an entirely different story. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Appreciate yourself. Even if you don't appreciate yourself. Oh, there we go. Even if you talk smack about yourself, don't let other people talk smack about you, because then that's a whole other road right there. That's a whole other level of depreciation. You don't want to let other people disrespect you, because then you're just going to be easy, or yeah, because then that just leads to more bullying, and then it gets so much worse. There are no bad communities, just people in them that try to make them bad. That's a whole... Honestly, that's a lot to process there, and that would involve a whole other topic. Yeah, that would just involve a whole other topic. And honestly, that's a topic I'd rather not go down the road of. Although I will say, it's one of those things where that's when you have to... How do I put it? If there are people that are making a problem in said community, or in said streaming community, then it's up to the streamer to take action and kind of filter that stuff out. Because if that is constantly happening in the channel and it's giving a bad vibe, and you don't want that bad vibe to continue, or even worse, let other people think that that sort of vibe or that sort of thing is allowed, then it's only going to, you know, bad apple. One bad apple spoils the bunch. And in that case, sometimes you have to take action and just nip it in the bud, if that makes any sense. With that being said, I think I'm gonna have to unfortunately do that. Was that a terrible segue? Absolutely, but that's also because I had to do a terrible thing. But sometimes it's necessary. I apologize, but not sure if you're the right vibe for, or I don't know if you're, I don't know, like I said, one bad apple spoils the bunch, and I think this is one of those unfortunately necessary moments right now. I apologize there, friend. Whew. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm myself and feeling uncomfortable in the situation, I'm like, okay, I kind of have to do something. And that was only gonna lead down some very tough roads. What did I miss? I just had to ban somebody that was causing, although unintentionally, they were causing a bit of trouble, so we had to just knock, we had to cut something, or how do I put it? We had to nip something in the bud, that's all. You okay, Lamps? I'm good. I just had to nip something in the bud was all. Like I said, sometimes, I've mentioned this before when it comes to streams, sometimes, though, how do I put it? Sometimes you have to do some things to, trying to figure out the proper word for all of this. Sometimes, though, you're not comfortable with the idea, and it sucks to do, in order to... trying to find the correct words for this. No worries. It's not something that bad. Well, unfortunately, like I said, I had to ban somebody. It's not the first rodeo I've had, but the words I'm looking for exactly is that sometimes to not better. Sometimes you have to do some unfortunate things, especially when it comes to the streaming thing. If you want your... what's the exact words? Well-being? Yeah, there we go. If you want your well-being in the long run to last, sometimes you have to filter... sometimes you have to filter some people out. And I hate to say it that way, because I hate to filter people out, but sometimes it's necessary. Or else you end up, if you don't, then you might either A, end up with a situation where nobody's enjoying themselves, or even worse, you yourself are not enjoying yourself. So you kind of have to do the things that you got to do to make sure that you are more comfortable in your own streaming space, that sort of thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You're looking forward to Invincible. Oh yeah, I saw that there's a new season of Invincible. I don't know what it's going to be about this time around, but I can't wait. I want to see that new season of Invincible. Dang, I don't think I have a hug emote. That's okay. No worries about that. I've dealt with worse. This is just like one of those uncomfortable situations where like, well, gotta do what we gotta do. You gotta do something uncomfy in order to keep the peace. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't know if that's the right wording either. Yeah, no, actually, that's perfect. Sometimes to keep the peace and to keep your own mental... yeah, to keep your own... or yeah, to keep the betterment of your own mental health, sometimes you gotta take care of things. It sucks. It's unfortunate. But sometimes it's gotta be done. I hate that it's gotta be done, but it is what it is. That's the best way for me to put it. And before anyone asks, I did try giving, or I saw the vibe from last time. I was a little uncomfortable with that one earlier. but or the last time they, not the last time, but the time before that when they showed up, and I thought, you know what? Maybe it's just one bad day. It's okay. Let's we're gonna leave it where it is. But it kept getting worse, and I also recognized them from another stream. In that situation, they also made that streamer uncomfortable with the topics, and then today shows up, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's I gave them a chance. We gotta cut this. Anyway, how's everybody been? How's the weekend? I don't know. I feel uncomfortable asking that now. You know what? We're gonna find something to talk about. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's see. I can't wait for more unhinged invincible memes. Omni-Man Mark, I made a steak. A steak? That's fair? Yeah. It's alright though. Like I said, it's just part of the course. Yes. Also, going back to the invincible thing, or the invincible thing, I want more invincible memes. I want bees. Because come on, we get to be bees. This is good news. So yeah, don't sweat it there, folks. Don't sweat it. It's just one of those things that happens in life. Now let's talk about bees. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about bees about. I don't know anything. The only thing I know about bees is that they communicate through footwork. So they literally dance to communicate. And the other thing about bees is that they kill their enemies by literally just cooking them. I'm not even joking. They just air fry. Yeah, they now that I think about it, bees literally air fry. Hold on a minute.
Moth tax for the cult lampime, cult lampime,
No,
cult lampime,
no. They cook them? Yeah, let me explain. But first, no moth tax. No, bad. No moth tax. You save your money. Now, how do the bees air fry? Yeah, they don't even cook them. They just air fry. Yeah, even they cook them, they air fry them, they all do all of that. And how they do that is they take a bunch of bees, like they swarm the enemy. They don't sting them. They just swarm the enemy, make as much movement and as much friction as they can till the enemy, till the enemy bug heats up to a point where they literally overheat and they die. They literally die of heat stroke. Oh yeah, that bees swarmed a wasp as a defensive maneuver. Yes, exactly. Also, welcome on in there, sirs. Hey, Chaos Puppy. Holy cow, y'all folks are coming out of the woodwork right now. Folks, go check out Chaos Puppy and go check out Circe. Both of them really awesome streams. Both of them really good art, folks. Even though Circe says otherwise, they both do some amazing art. They both play a good variety of games, and both of them excel in two completely different directions. Circe has the very funny chill streams where they talk about some crazy wild stories, really funny times over there. Chaos Puppy, despite what I said, is also very funny, very cool streams. As I said, they both excel at two different things, but I didn't mean that that one was funny and one wasn't. They're both very, very funny streams over there. Chaos Puppy excels at the voices and the arting and just making the time absolutely wild. Circe over here excels at the story times and just the very chill streams. And their community, their community, they just talk and hang out and they just chat and all of that. And they also crack up with stories in here and there. And we do the howl as like a tradition over there. Go join the Circe Howl Pack. Go join the Circe Wolf Pack. Well, technically it's a pig pack, but the pigs like to howl. It's great times over there. And go check out Chaos Puppy, because it's very hilarious streams over there and very, very unhinged. As crazy as it is. It's absolutely wild. It's funny art. I don't know about good. Lies and slander. The value is in the eyes of the beholder, and a lot of the folks that behold your art, even funny, funny and good. You should really check out Circe's art. It is phenomenal. Hold on a minute. Actually, we still got the fan art from last time. Hold on. We're going to show off Circe's art right quick. I was lurking. Sorry for the other situation. Made you uncomfy. I lurk lots. That's okay, that's okay. Like I said, it's an unfortunate circumstance, but it's just part of how things are. No, thank you for the lurk in there, Chaos Puppy. I greatly appreciate that. Let me try to get the Cerciate art over here, because they do some phenomenal stuff. If I'm correct, I also have a... Wait, do I have a Chaos Puppy fan art? I might. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Chaos Puppy, did you make fan art? I'm not entirely certain. I feel like I may have seen something. I know you made a meme. I think you made a meme. I don't know. Now, where did I put them fan art? Also, welcome on in there, Nay. Let's give a shout out to Nay. They don't stream. I don't think they have any intention of streaming. But I like to shout them out just to spite them. Because they shout me out everywhere else. There's no wolves, piggies only. And in those pigs are 2 wolves. And they both howl. I'm just loud and unhinged. I love the story times. Loud and unhinged, but also very, very funny. And also very sweet people. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Share with the class? Yes, indeed. We gotta share the art. You know what? I kind of want to make a dedicated stream where I just go through all the fan arts, because I've shown them here and there from a lot of times, but I'm not sure if I just showed off all of them. Or, you know, talked about all of these fan arts, because there's a lot of them. There's a whole lot of them. And sometimes they're not even just, you know, they're not just art. Wait. I see this one that says Goblin 68. So close to perfection on that number. And I'm wondering, is that who I think it was? It might have been. No. If I'm correct, this one. Okay, well, first we're gonna show off Cerciate's art, and then we're gonna show off Chaos Puppy's, because I found Chaos Puppy's art. I knew there was one. Now, where did I put it? Around here somewhere. Wait, who drew that? Oh, I know who drew that. Okay, wrong one. Yeah, we need to go through this entire thing and just be like, all right, we're gonna show off all this fan art right quick. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Yeah, where is it? Hold on a minute. I know it's around here somewhere. There it is. There it is. This was one of their earlier works, and I'm going to tell you, they improved so much. Okay, so this is Cerciate's earlier work, and they've improved so much more about all of that. Shoot, BRB, Lampy, I gotta swap my phone. I forgot about lunch, and it's already 30 minutes into my lunch break. All good, all good. Go swap that phone. Best of luck, and I hope you had a good lunch. Also, stay away from the throne. I see you, Nate. Also, Destroyer, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check and the stretch. Yeah. It's so bad I gotta make a new one. It's only bad to you. I like this art. Yeah, you added the shotgun, you added the antennae, you gave him his dinosaur face. Okay, Lampy doesn't have a dinosaur face, but it's there. He's pondering the orb of the ancients, and it says, "You're short." I love that. I love that video. For anyone who's wondering, go check out, what was that video? I could swear I don't remember the name of the video. But I highly recommend checking it out. Just look up Wizard Pondering the Orb of the Ancients, and you'll probably find a blue color toned cartoon short, and you'll find it right there. I love that. I love that video. Actually, I love a lot of the videos that are made from that person. I forgot what it's called. Something Doodle. Go check them out. Now, this one was from Cerciate, and like I said, this was one of their earlier works. Really awesome stuff. Really phenomenal. Morning, lad. Nah, I'm good. I can't handle weed. I tried a few times. It sends me up the wall. But thank you there, weed. I greatly appreciate it. Now, the other artwork. Since we got both of them here, let me show you. this one. I also really like that this became the main thing when it comes to Lampy arts is when they draw Lampy, there's one specific thing that he always has to have, and it's a gun. And I greatly appreciate that every time. Because honestly, it's pretty on brand. Folks, this was art by Chaos Puppy. Really phenomenal stuff. I really like it. They even gave him a little mouth. I don't know if the little mouth was intentional or not, but there's a little mouth right there. There's the eyes. There's the big O antennae. Very little guy, and then boom, shaka. This was really phenomenal stuff. I hope the best for you in life and your loved ones. Remember, let's see. No, wait. I hope the best for you in life and your loved ones. Remember to respect and love yourself. I agree there, we. I agree. Very good stuff. Or words to live by there, we. I agree. I redid it, and it's a full PNG now with open and closed mouth. Wait, what? I did not know about that. When did this happen? I need to make a new one? Ah, you don't need to make a new one. I mean, if you decide to make a new one there, sirs, I greatly appreciate it, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But I will say, this is phenomenal work, and I will accept it if you do. But just know, not obligated. This is more than enough right here. Because this one right here, already great as it is. Same thing with Chaos Puppy over here. Actually, this applies to anyone. Does not matter how you draw it. Does not matter. Yeah. Does not matter how you draw it. Does not matter if you feel like it was good quality art, bad quality art. I will tell you right now, the fact that you decided to draw it, that's already good quality art right now as it is. And if anyone ever decides to make Lampy fan art, just make it safe for work. And one, make it safe for work. Two, just know that it's always appreciated, because the fact that you took the time out of your day to just draw it in the first place, it means a lot. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. I love that one. Oh my god. I agree. Honestly, I agree with both of them. Like, whichever one you prefer most, in my personal opinion, I like them both just as much. Because, again, people decided to make art of Lampy of all things. Why? I have no idea, but I greatly appreciate it. Also, let me catch up with some reading. Also, to start, one, I also forgot to say thank you for the posture check, the hydrate, and the stretch, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. I might have already said that, but if I didn't, there you go. I fixed the chibi, but I don't know if I sent it to you. You might not have sent it to me, because this is the only one I remember. Also, let me see. Trying to catch up with some things. Yeah, no idea how to send it, because it's transparent. Can I send it to, can you send transparent on Twitter? On Twitter, I don't think so. It depends on how small the image is. If you're on Discord or Blue Sky, maybe? I think you could send it that way. For some reason, Twitter just does not accept it. It immediately just turns it into a white background for some reason. I should know. I've tried that many times and I've failed on multiple occasions. Tend to bed. Good night, everyone. All right, there, Ryu. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. No such thing as bad quality art. If you created something, it's already an amazing feat. Yes, exactly. It's already an amazing, it's already an amazing thing, the fact that you decided to draw in the first place. Because drawing takes time, drawing takes some effort, and sometimes it takes a little bit of dedication. But if you're having fun with it, that's what really matters. That's the only thing I will ever say when it comes to drawing and stuff is, are you having fun with it? Yes. That's all that matters. Do you like how it turns out? If so, yeah. If you like how it turns out, nice. Does it matter if other people like how it turns out? To a degree, but ultimately, nah, not really. The only thing that matters is the art good? Is the art bad? That part's not important. The important thing is, do you enjoy it? If yes, well then there you go. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Nada más. All right, let me see. Okay, so I saw that part. It's bedtime for me, though. Have a great rest of your stream. All right there, Sir CA. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Go get that rest. Only matters what others think. Oh, let's see. Only matters what others think if you're trying to go professional. Most important thing is to create and enjoy the process. Also true. I will agree. Like, professional-wise, you also got to make sure, like, yeah, if you're trying to turn it into a profession, then yeah, you do kind of have to make sure that people want the work, or, you know, like the work. Because if they don't like the work and you're trying to turn it into a profession, then sales are going to be rather low. So you have to consider, what do people like? What do people want? Case in point, the rat model. Did I ever redeem that rat? Hold on a minute. Did someone redeem the rat a long time ago? Oh yeah, Spock redeemed the rat 2 hours ago. Oh my god. I apologize there, Spock. Spock, if you're still there, I am so sorry. I forgot that redeem happened. Hold on a minute. We gotta add the rat. I got so distracted by things left and right that I forgot. We gotta add rat model. Which, by the way, folks, if you like the rat model, it comes with many different features. It comes with mad face, sad face, red eyes, quadruped mode, and it can also be a chinchilla. It can also be a lab rat. And as always, it's also got the kingpin mode. Why? Because we thought it was funny. That part isn't necessary, but we decided to add that one in there anyway. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you like rat model. Funny enough, you wouldn't believe that this is the most this is the most well-received model out of all of them. Like, out of all the models that I've made on Etsy anyway, or all of the paid models that I've had on Etsy anyway, this is the one that sells the most. Both on Etsy and on vgen, this is the one that sells the most. The second most sold is Mothman. But going back to it, this is also what I mean by sometimes you gotta make a design that, if you're going professional, sometimes you gotta make a design that appeals to more people. Doesn't mean that you can't draw something you like, but if you're trying to sell things, you're also going to have to appease the audience as well. And last but not least, before we forget, rat. All right, let's put that rat down there. Speaking of which, that also reminded me. Okay, so I actually saw a topic about niches, because I know some folks out there are trying to find, when it comes to streaming, they're trying to find their, not so much try to find their niche, but they're trying to find something that they enjoy, but also something that how do I bring this up exactly? Okay, when it comes to streaming, you want to, or, you know, a lot of us are trying to grow our audience, or, you know, grow as a streamer, grow our channel. That's the one. Not grow the audience, but grow the channel. Oh, hey, made moth time? No, no made moth time. Why would it be made moth time? No. It's not made moth time. Never made moth time. It's like 100k channel points. We should leave that one alone. What was I talking about again? Oh, right, niches. And we're trying to grow the channel. Now, this may not be a goal for everybody, and that's completely understandable. And it may be a goal for some, and that's also very understandable. That's just how life is sometimes. But when talking about those that are trying to grow the channel, I will say there's two things that you want to consider. Now, yeah, I always want to bring this up because I know some folks, there's a lot of folks that are starting out, and some folks it works, some folks struggle here and there. I know how that is. I struggled for years. And even then, I wouldn't even, even after all of this time, I still wouldn't even say that I'm a big stream or a big channel. Or just kind of like moderately medium. I want to say moderately medium. Not even medium, because apparently medium is like around the hundreds. Big is like, well, moderately medium is like 100 or so. I think big is like over 100, maybe. Like, yeah, I want to say over 100, like maybe 200 or 300. I think that's when you become big streamer. Personally, I could be wrong. I think when you're like, I don't know. Anyway, don't worry about the numbers. Hundreds is medium viewers? I think. I could be wrong. Like I said, it's all based on, it's all based off, perspective, I suppose. To me, it sounds like big streamer. Then again, my perspective might also be skewed, because I'm looking at, like, the streamers that are, like, around 300, or, like, 300 or 400 to 600 to 1,000. I'm thinking of that like that's big streamer. To me, that's big streamer. But like I said, to others, that might be a different story. To others, 50 to 100 might be big streamer. And I'm thinking like, that might be medium. Maybe. I could be wrong. But like I said, it all depends on the perspective of the goalpost. For some people, that's massive. To some people, that's little. To some people, that's yeah, to some people that's massive, to some people that's little. To me, that's still a big number, because that's still a lot of people. But I think at 100, you're still able to manage reading everybody, or, you know, reading the chats. That's why I'm like, I feel like that's medium, because that's a lot of people there, but you could still keep up with them. Like me, I'm thinking like, big feels like it's when you can't read the chat anymore, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's just huge. I don't know. Like I said, it's all on perspective. And you, how do I put it? Your perspective might be different from mine, and that's okay too. Anyway, going back to it. The thing that I was trying to say was about the niches and trying to grow a channel. I will definitely tell you this. When trying to grow a channel, if that is your goal, I will say this. Niche is one thing, but most importantly, above all else, above anything, the main thing you want to do is make sure that people can find you outside of your own channel. If you can get people to find you outside of your channel, people will, how do I put it? That catches more eyes, that catches more attention. Easier said than done, of course, but that catches more attention. Now, the second part about all of that is, what do people want to see? But, oh yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes people are there because they want to see art. Sometimes people are there because they want to see someone really good at the game. Sometimes people are there because they want to see a really funny stream. People want to see, or yeah, sometimes they just want to see someone who has never played the game that they're playing right now, and they want to see their reaction because they remember their time of going through something. And they're like, oh, they're about to get to this point. I can't wait to see how they feel about it when they get there. Or what they're going to do or what they're going to say when they get there. I've had multiple occasions like that where I see someone playing a game and I'm thinking, I wonder how they're going to feel when phase 2 rolls on in. Like, I wonder if they know that there's going to be a phase 2. Or are they thinking that this part was such a struggle that it's finally over, it's finally done? How will they feel when phase 2 hits? Or when that second bar rolls in? I can't wait. And so yeah, you just gotta find out what works for you, what do you like, and more importantly, I was actually talking about this one yesterday. Well, I wasn't talking about this one on stream, but I mentioned it earlier in... How do I bring it up? Anyway, so I talked, or yeah, you know what, don't worry about that part. Part I'm trying to bring up is, even then, when you find your niche, when you find out what people are there for, it doesn't mean that you can't do anything else but that. Again, like I said, people show up here for the art, but people also watch for some reason, people also enjoy the video game streams where, even though I do a lot of arting, and a lot of people are here for a lot of the arting, they're also here for the Elden Ring. They're here for the Metal Gear Rising. They're here for Risk of Rain. They're here for me to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! And all of that. And though I don't play Master Duel, you know, people don't care about that. Well, that's not entirely true. But how do I put it? If I played Master Duel, then I would get more people that want to watch Master Duel. And just because I'm only playing that one, let's say I'm playing only Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something, doesn't mean that I can't have a day or two, or the occasional, like, doing something else. But I will say, number one thing you want to do, if you are going for a niche, don't go for a niche that you think works for people, work for a niche that works for you. Heck, don't even consider it a niche. Just do what you enjoy more than anything else. Also remember, constantly talk and market yourself out there. That's the one thing I've noticed with a lot of folks, is that, well, not entirely. I know some folks that do market themselves a lot, and sometimes that work. Yeah, that is a good direction. That is a good direction to go. Always remember, market, market, market. But on the other hand, the other thing to consider is, what's the words I'm looking for? Other things to consider is a slight bit of consistency. Now, that one's going to be trickier, easier said than done. I should know. I struggle with that one especially. Consistency is a pain. But yeah, you want to branch out. You want to branch out. You want a little bit of consistency, and whatever it is that you're doing, you want to do something that you enjoy a lot. Don't be afraid of a niche either. Don't be afraid of doing a niche, because that's where most people usually roll on in. And branch out a little bit. You don't have to always constantly stick with that, because if you do, you're going to get burnt out real quick. And the moment you decide, you know what, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm tired of that. I've been doing that for so long. It's time to do something else. People will leave. Now, that may sound like a bad thing, but it's better to have an audience dwindle than to... It's better to have a smaller audience than to have a big audience and you having to hate yourself. Like, or, you know, hate doing what you do. Because if you're doing something and you hate what you're doing, it's going to be tougher and tougher to continue on with that. It's not going to be sustainable. I should know. My warehouse job absolutely killed me. But yeah, stuff like that. All right, let me catch up with some reading. That's where I fall flat. I'm bad at social media. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I will say, okay, so social media, that one's a tricky one. Especially since the algorithm's making it worse and worse to actually, you know, get your name out there. But social media, I don't know how to put it, but it also depends on what you're trying to do. I'm terrified about posting the wrong thing and being perceived wrong from what I post. Yeah. Unfortunately, the internet, especially the social medias, they're built to... Okay, they're not built like this, but they happen to go down this road a lot where... How do I put it? Because a lot of social media places are built out of outrage. Not even social media, just the media in general. The media in general is built on outrage and fear and excitement. Mostly the first two, because you can only hear so much about good things before you're like, hey, nice. But when you hear about bad things, like a hit and run, or like, yeah, you hear about a hit and run, you're like, oh, dang. Did they catch the person? More news at 11. Oh, well, no, now I gotta find out, did they catch the person? Or the list goes on. I'm gonna use that one as the most general one, but yeah, the list goes on. And then you have the things where people say things to get under your skin. They say things to make you mad. Because they know if they can make you mad, you're more likely to call them out. Get angry. All that sort of thing. And when you get angry and you try to call them out, especially on the social medias, you know what you just did? You gave them attention. And that's what they want for their social status, is to get attention, because if they're getting a lot of attention, that means the websites will show off their post more. And they'll get more people angry. And then more people will talk about it. They will talk smack about it. They will criticize it. they will, yell at the person for it. But what they don't know is that they're giving them more and more attention. It's like the old saying goes, don't feed the trolls. That's what they want. Don't feed the trolls. So anyway, going back to it, that's why sometimes the angry bits, that's what people don't want to see that, but when they see it, they just Exactly. The outrage scares me. I try to always be kind, but I say unhinged things for joking. And it's scary for weirdness to get twisted into malice. That one is understandable. That is fair. I will say this, though. If you're... I mentioned it last time, too. If you're worried that your words are going to get twisted and your words are going to get skewed by people on the internet, I would say don't sweat it too much. There is a high chance that people will try to do that, but... Okay, I'm going to get to that one after I finish this sentence, because I want to finish this sentence, but I see you, Vampy. I see you, fellow Ampy. Save your money. Also, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you're having a good day. But when... Okay, how do I put it? When you're trying to make those posts, or when you're trying to make a post, and you're trying to do so out of goodwill, and someone decides, you know what? I'm gonna get outraged. I'm gonna get mad. I'm going to, like, call this person out, aka the person being you. You let them know that, honestly, or don't let them know anything. Don't tell them anything. Don't worry about it. Unless you've actually done something horrible, don't worry about it. Because most of the time, especially on the internet. Okay, I'm gonna need to find out why it's doing that, because it should have just done the one and then be done. This happens occasionally. Also, Vampy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate it. Save your money. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that where it does it for all of them. But for some reason, it's doing that now. I need to find out why. Because normally it should have just been the one that says 5 and then it's done. But it's just going and going and going. I think that might be the last one, though. But it's okay. Actually, it's not okay. Save your money. Well, welcome on in. It's going for it? It's definitely going for it. But yeah, going back to the topic. Do not worry about them. Don't even acknowledge them. Don't even interact with them. Like, if they are... Like I said, unless you have actually done something really, really horrible, then you might have to, talk about that. But if you haven't done anything horrible and you've done something, or yeah, whatever you said or whatever you've done wasn't goodwill, and people decide, I'm gonna get angry, let them get angry. Don't acknowledge it, leave it alone. If your community itself, and when I say your community, I mean when people you recognize in your channel, people that you recognize in your community start asking, hey, what's all this about? That's when you bring it up, and you bring it up to them. You don't bring it up to the public, because the public does not care. You bring it up to your community and your community alone, and you let them know, hey, so the situation's going on, and you either clear your name, or you admit to your wrongdoing, or you just bring up, or if there was no wrongdoing in the first place and people are just angry, you just let them know, like, okay, so I said this, and it apparently riled up some Jim. I apologize that you folks have to deal with all of this. And there you go. Or, you just, you talk to your community. Like I said, that's the main thing you want to do. You just talk to your community, not the public, because the public just wants control. Anyway, but that's not the point. The point being is, yeah, that's about it. I think that's the best way for me to put it. Yeah. But the last thing you want to do is throw manure at the fan. And when I say the fan, I don't mean like the, like the audience member or like people that watch your streams. I mean like the literal fan, or the metaphorical fan of, the spinning rotator thingy. Because if you try to call them out or, you know, try to argue about it online with a bunch of people that are mad at you online, you're essentially just throwing manure at the fan. When you throw manure at the fan, it splatters, and it flies, and it hits everybody, and you don't want that. So, just, when people get mad online, they do that all the time. Leave it alone. Don't worry about it. Also, let me see. Team Ampy, we got that good advice and wise words. You can only explain yourself so much to people before it's pointless. It's your opinion, your words, and if someone wants to knock you down to make them feel better, the best thing you can do is not give them attention. Thank you. Wise words from another Ampy. Very wise words there, Vampy. Really, yeah, very, very wise words. I agree with all of them.
Yo, Lampy. 14 months already come and gone. How time flies. Here's to many more. Cheers to you and your accomplishments. Keep being awesome.
Yo, thank you there, Umbra. Also, thank you for the 14 months. It's been over a year now. Has it been? Not gonna lie, it's only felt like it's been a few months. That's wild. That's crazy, in all honesty. It's the dog piling that scares me, and I'm a dog, and it's scary. You know what? When you put it that way, yeah, I can see why dog piling would be terrifying. That definitely sounds like a tricky one right there. I mean, hippos do that hippos do that for self-defense, and it works. Dog piling? Okay, you know what? If hippos do that, that would be a terrifying experience. Like, imagine getting dogpiled by hippos.
Moth cult tax.
No moth cult tax. The hype train's done. It's over. It's gone. See, there is no hype train. Also, I wonder if Umbra tried to do that on purpose to try and get the hype train to roll on in like that. Choo-choo? Choo-choo indeed. It's over. Thank God. Also, before we continue on with any of these topics, if anyone wants to continue talking about them topics, because we could talk about some more hippos, we could talk about the whole internet stuff. We could also talk about like what can be done to push the channel, or push your channel a little bit further. But before we get into that, I want to talk about how we are going to draw the hair, because here's how we're going to add the hair texture. As I always like to do, classic thing, we're going to get our brush, and we're actually going to put it at 100% sharpness, and we're going to have a brush at 30% opacity, because we always got to have 30% opacity on this brush. But the main thing we're going to aim for here in particular is that we want that brush to be 100% sharpness, because we want that thing to be very, very sharp. We want it to be very, very crisp when we work on these lines. And the reason why we do that is because we're going to make a bunch of hair strands in our base color here. I'm going to show you how we make those hair strands, as a matter of fact, right now. Also, Timma, thank you for the 100 bits. I greatly appreciate it. Save your money. Also, thank you for the bits there, Toshi, and thank you for the subs there, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Save your money. Let's give a shout out to Timma. Really, really awesome streams. Really, really cool people. Really, really amazing times. And also very, very chill. Like, doesn't matter what game they're playing, it's a very, very chill time over there. Red Dead. I haven't seen Red Dead in ages. Oh, you know what? That's another perfect example. Okay, so we're talking about Red Dead 1. I'm not going to go into spoilers, but when it comes to Red Dead 1, I missed the hype train? You indeed did miss the hype train. Don't worry about it, Lil. Don't worry. Save your money, Lil. Here, take the shout out instead. But yeah, I'm not going to go into details about the spoilers of Red Dead, but I can definitely say, when I was talking about the thing earlier about why some people watch other people's streams, especially the video game streams, regardless of niche, sometimes they just want to see those moments. And one moment is like when I'm watching Red Dead Redemption, I'm like, oh, I know what's about to pop up. I wonder how they're going to react when this pops up. I'm not going to explain what it is, but if you've ever played Red Dead Redemption, you probably know what I mean. Or if you've ever played Red Dead Redemption, you probably know what I mean, and you're probably like, when you're watching someone else playing Red Dead, you're probably thinking to yourself, I can't wait to see what happens when they get here. Or you hear them say something like, you know what, this and that, blah, 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 and you're like, oh, no. Oh, just wait, friend, just wait. Things like that. The list goes on, especially in Dark Souls, especially in a FromSoft game. I'm not going to go into the details about FromSoft, but yeah, you're just like, I can't wait. Actually, you know what? I remember this one. I even clipped it because my buddy Mitrex, we were playing Elden Ring at the time. We were playing the co-op, and I knew of a situation in that game, and you know, we're just walking, we're just teleporting to a spot, and I already know what's about to happen, or what's already happened in that spot, but they don't know, and they're just like, oh hey, there's a dead body, and there's another dead body, and that's another dead body, and while I'm just waiting for it, they see a specific dead body, and they're like, no, and I'm just sitting there like, and there's that, and that's their dead body. Just because the entire time I'm just waiting for it, because when they're just counting the dead bodies, I'm just thinking like, wait for it. As soon as they started yelling no, I was like, there it is. Good times. So anyway, about the hair. Here's what we're going to do to make those hair strands. We literally just got to make a bunch of lines. And this is why we also put it at 30% opacity, because we're just going to make line after line after line, one after the other, all the way across to make that hair shine. Now, it may not look like it just yet, but trust me on that, this hair will look like it's shining, like you saw earlier. Now, the other thing we want to do when it comes to this hair is that we want to make it less, we want to add less lines as we get closer and closer to this to the right side, because this the left, specifically on this set of hair strand, on the left is going to be where there's more light. In this one in particular spot is where there's going to be less light, because most of the light is going to be up front here. And as it gets further and further away, and as the hair goes around, it's going to be hidden away from the actual light source, which is up front here. Kind of like what you see with the hat. Kind of like that. Where you see a lot of the brighter golden colors right here in front of the hat. And as we go further to the right, and a little bit further to the left, you'll see more shadow. You'll see darker tones to indicate that, yeah, there's the shadow. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to add more and more light, or less and less lines. Thinner lines, smaller lines along the path. Give it that sense of, yeah, there's still hair strands, there's still texture, but it's going to be smaller along the way. Smaller and thinner, and giving us that section. My favorite scene to draw, my favorite scene to draw hair is in a pitch black room. Oh, yeah, you know what? Honestly, that's always the best place to draw anything, is just draw whatever you like and tell everyone it's in a pitch black room. Like, where's the image? The image is there. It's just that since there's no light, you can't see it. Oh, you know what? I'm taking that idea. I apologize, Vampy. I'm stealing that idea. I'm gonna just paint an entire canvas pitch black. I'm gonna set that up in an art gallery. I'm gonna put that for thousands of dollars and call it art in a pitch black room. Watch it get sold. And if it does get sold, Vampy, you and I are splitting the profits because you gave me the idea. Because I ain't just gonna take the money and run. No. We gotta support our fellow ampies. Like, I ain't just gonna be like I ain't gonna be this lone shark. Like, no. You're a genius. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. All right, folks. I need to go buy a big canvas and a lot of paint. And I need to go talk to one of my art gallery buddies from a long time ago and tell them, all right, I need to talk to one of your people Like, okay. Yeah, when I say one of your people, I mean like the artsy, like one of the artsy fartsy peoples. I need to talk to some of your artsy fartsy peoples. I need to talk to them about setting up a painting in the art gallery. I want to sell it for this much money. How can we make it happen? I don't show them the art painting. I just tell them, like, I'm trying to sell an art painting. I need to put this one on the gallery ASAP. And then when I do, I gotta send Vampy some money. Well, technically, I don't got to, but I want to. We gotta support our fellow Ampies out here. You know what? You know what? I'm actually kind of invested in this idea. I'm kind of invested in this idea. I might want it. I feel like it would actually work. As crazy as it sounds, as dumb as it is, I think it would actually work. Send me $5 and you keep the rest? Okay, I'll send you $5 with interest. Also, let me see. Make sure when people... Yeah, let's see. Thanks for the crab rape there, Nazcat. Make sure when people are looking at it, walk up to them and say something like, a lot of people don't understand my poignant imagery, but you look like the type who could be smart enough to get it. I love that idea. Dude, that's actually genius. Oh my god, it's all coming together. That's the persuasion roll right there. I gotta practice that line. Let me try this one more time. Okay, so here's the plan there, folks. Here's the plan. We set up an art, or yeah, I make the painting. Just make an image that's completely pitch black. I set it up in an art gallery. In that art gallery, we sell it for thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands even if possible. And while we wait for them to show up, or while we wait for someone to make a bid, anyone walks up to them, we target one person in particular. They look like they're rich and fancy. We just walk up to them and just be like, oh, we gotta make sure that we have the effect too when we do this. We just walk up to them and we'd be like, a lot of people don't understand my poignant imagery, but you look like the type who could be smart enough to get it. And then we just walk away, or yeah, we just walk away from that. We just let that sit. Or you know what? We just stand there and we just let them sit. We just leave them there for a minute. Like, you know what? I think you're right. And then we just watch them sign and then we just watch them walk away. And I'm like, perfect. It's foolproof. With interest? Indeed, with interest. We got to make sure. Let's give a shout out to Nazcat as well. Folks, go check out Nazcat. They also do art, and they also do a lot of strange art. Not strange. What am I saying? I was looking at the word stare. Yep, just stare at them with it. Or yeah, stare at it with them. Yes, I agree. Stare at the art piece with them and just let that just sink in for them. Go check out Nazcat. They do a lot of art. They do a lot of amazing streams. They play a good variety of games. Really awesome people. Really cool stuff. I can be a little strange sometimes. That's a good thing too. Sometimes a little strange. A little strange word. Sometimes you want a little bit of strangeness in your life. Because to be fair, if you're completely normal, then that's also a little strange. Because it's like, you have a quirk, but you refuse to show it, and I know it. What are you doing? They're gonna wonder what the meaning and purpose behind the painting is. All right, yeah. What the meaning of the painting is. captivated, taking pictures, being guarded by security, only for its whole existence to just get filthy rich. I love the idea. I love that idea. That is actually amazing. That is phenomenal. We got to make this happen. We got to see if it works. If it does, I'm making a YouTube video about this. Actually, no, I'm not going to say anything about this. I'm just going to... One, I'm gonna put some of that money into a house. And the rest of the money, I'm going to be trying to support the homies. Yeah. Also, let me see what that other part was. I missed a part. Let me see. I just need enough for energy drink. Make sure that, yeah, you know what? If this all works out, I'm gonna make sure that you get a month's worth, a year's worth of energy drink. Yeah. Because we can make that much money. Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like it's only gonna be one of those things where we can only pull that off once, because we can't make another image like that unless we go to a different state. Then maybe. Maybe. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. No thank you for something. I greatly appreciate it. I formally convey my presence. Unless, yes. Also, let me see how to pronounce this name. Because that first part is the one that's the part that's giving me a little bit of trouble. Is that an L or an I? I cannot tell. I'm getting old. Tacon, Mexico. Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Unless, instead of a dark room, it's such a bright room. You can't see the vision. Oh my god. Yo. Vampy, you've done it again. Once again. Oh, Echo. Fair enough. Oh, as in etching. Oh, thank you for the clarification there, Echo. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah. Okay, one, not only that, but going back to the art piece topic. Hear me out. Not only did you make a pitch dark room where it's so dark you can't see anything, and not only did you make a pitch bright room that's so bright you can't see anything, you want to know what you've also done? You've made an art set. You made an art set of 2 pieces. And now, someone out there is gonna be like, I have to have both art pieces. I have to collect them both. It's the dichotomy of the two, the duality, the stark contrast. I need the collection of the brightest of rooms and the darkest of rooms. I need the bright and dark painting. It's genius. Oh my god. This is absolute genius. Okay, we gotta make this happen. But first, we sell one of them. We don't sell them as a pair. No. We sell one of them. Then we make the other. And when doing that, that's when more and more people will... That's when the second one will sell for more, because now it's not a single piece. Pro indeed. That emo took me a minute. I thought it was saying raid for a moment. Now I understand what it means. Also, let me see. Now that we got that color tone, we're gonna make it a little bit brighter, a little more golden. There we go. And now that we got this, well, actually, yeah, no, this should be fun. We're actually gonna make it a little bit brighter. Brighter color tone. So let's erase a bit of this one more time. We didn't quite... Oh, wait, actually, no. I know what I'm gonna get that color tone right there. Go back to... Now that we got 2 color tones for this, we got the bright yellow and the dim gold. Something like that should work right there. Now, to make it brighter, this is why we put our brush at 30% opacity. Because to make it brighter, all we gotta do is just go over it a couple more times. But in order for it to get the exact brightness that we want, or the exact lighting shade that we want, we have to go over a certain section. We don't go across the entire thing this time, but only make some lines closer to the center. Just go over it like that. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and just go over it multiple times with your brush. 0% sharpness, 30% opacity, like that. And then let's go to the middle side of this hair strand and just keep on going like so. Because by making it more, by going over it a couple more times in the middle, what we do is that we give it a shine to said hair. But obviously, this color is a little too dim, so this might not work entirely. But we have an idea for this. Also, when you get to the darker tones, where the shadows would normally be, just go in the middle and go over it a couple of times. Also make sure that they are more separate from one another, like so. And over here, we don't actually add anything. And when we zoom out, boom, we got our hair shine. Now, obviously, we can make it brighter. We could add more to it, but we'll see more and more as we go along. If it's easier for you, it's closer. Oh, right, I saw that part. Now, that's good marketing, right? That's usually how things are. Yeah, that's how, that's actually how Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, yeah, that's actually how Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day got people to go crazy over Exodia. Yes, we're going to talk about some Yu-Gi-Oh! History right quick, but first we're going to catch up with the reading. For those you who have been here long enough, you already know about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tokyo Dome incident. But if you don't know about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tokyo Dome incident, I'm gonna explain that one in a little bit. I think I sent the PNG to the correct Discord. Let me check. Indeed you did. Oh, so it is a mouth. Also, you mind if I show the artwork? Because I see this one and oh my god, it looks amazing. You let me know if I could show the artwork on stream there, Chaos Puppy. Gotta make them think it's a solo idea until it isn't. Exactly. Go for it. All right, sounds good. Art text time. While I get this art text, I'm going to talk about the Tokyo Dome incident that happened a long time ago. So, a long time ago, when Yu-Gi-Oh! First started out, and, you know, the first anime showed up showing, you know, Exodia, they started revealing that they're going to be selling card products. This is how you know it's a really long time ago. So, in magazines, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Shonen Jump magazines, they started just trickling out the 5 pieces of Exodia. If you know what the 5 pieces of Exodia are, yeah, good for you. Awesome. If you don't, it's just this one monster that is an auto win in the game where if you have all 5 pieces, boom, over, done, you win. Now, with that said, instead of just handing you all 5 cards in a magazine, they gave you 1 piece every month. And when doing that, it built up hype because eventually anyone who had all the magazines would get all 5 pieces, right? That was the original game plan. Now I got the art and I'm gonna show it after the story is done. So after 4 months, they got all the pieces. They got, well, not all the pieces. After 4 months, they got 4 pieces. They got the left leg, they got the right leg, they got the left arm and the right arm. But no head. So obviously, they broke their skateboard. No, I'm kidding. They did not get the main piece of Exodia. Because that one wasn't going to be released in a magazine. No. They decided they're going to go big. They're going to go big with this one. It feels like it's going to become a Thunderdome. Oh, you wouldn't believe. So they decided, instead of just giving the last piece of Exodia in a magazine, they're going to have a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. Their very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament event. And they're going to go for one of the biggest domes in Japan. Or one of the biggest stadiums in Japan, the Tokyo Dome. Or biggest convention hall, the Tokyo Dome. And people went wild. People were... The only thing... Here was the thing about that Exodia. All they had to do was get in line get into the Tokyo Dome, and they will be given a pack and their exclusive... Actually, they would be given 2 cards. Their exclusive Exodia the Forbidden One, which is the head of Exodia, as well as the Gate Guardian. Yeah, nobody cared about... Oh, well, some people cared about the Gate Guardian. It was also there because it was like in a class of Exodia, like the anime said. But they wanted the head of Exodia. People went wild for that. People were pushing. People were shoving. They started a riot at the Tokyo Dome for the head of Exodia. They started a riot. They started swarming that dome for 1 card. To the point where they had to shut down the event, and I think Konami had to pay a couple of fines for the issues that happened, because after they saw that, they learned, okay, we can't do that again. But good lord, this is why I was bringing up, like, sometimes a solo item can be a lot, but once you sell it as a pair, now you don't just hand them the pair. No. You give them 1. Then you reveal that there's another. And then you'd let them go hog wild. No pun intended. Oh no. Yeah, there was also trampling, and I think people actually got injured in that event, trying to get that Exodia. Nobody got killed, but yeah, some people had to go to the hospital because of that, because if you tripped, well, you know how a crowd is. You know how a stampede is. You know how crazy a large group of people are when they want something, whether it be they're aiming for something or they're aiming to leave something. If you fall... Oh no, Exodia really did obliterate? Yes. And it also reminded me of a video. Actually, I got it from this video because I watched a video about how Exodia, the actual card, like the actual IRL cards, they corrupt you. And it's not even like, it doesn't even corrupt you, or it doesn't corrupt the characters in the anime, or it doesn't only corrupt the characters in the anime. It corrupts you in real life. Because those that wanted that Exodia, they did not care. They were gonna get their card no matter what. They were gonna assemble all 5 pieces no matter what. The cards are evil? They really are evil. Not only that, but anyone who usually tries to play Exodia, they throw caution to the wind. They throw the actual game itself out the window, because when it comes to Exodia, you know, well, when it comes to the game is usually a back and forth between you and another player. Well, it used to be a back and forth between you and another player, and you're both just trying to wipe out the other one's life points. But when Exodia comes into play, you kind of lose yourself to it, because your opponent doesn't matter anymore. Nothing about the game matters anymore. The only thing that matters is what's between you and assembling all 5 of those pieces. Fun doesn't even matter anymore, because most of the time your opponent usually doesn't enjoy that they're seeing an Exodia play. Because when they see it's an Exodia deck, it's like, oh, good lord, not again. And you don't care because you're playing Exodia. You're not there to win. You're not there to have a good duel between you and your opponent. You're there to assemble all 5 of those pieces, regardless of the situation. Also, fun fact, back in the day, if you were running Exodia, nobody liked you. And the other thing was, you did not care, because you only cared that you were about to play Exodia. You were about to assemble all 5 of those pieces. No matter what the world told you, you were like... And like, guess what? Chicken butt? Oh, raid. Thank you for the raid there, Power Goose. I apologize. I got stuck in story time. I wanted to talk about Exodia. Folks, go check out Power Goose. How was the stream in there, Power Goose? I hope things went well. I hope things were good. Everybody stopped by from Power Goose's stream. How was Jack, too? Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today's one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a Revenant, we're currently working on boxing Revenant art piece. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your staying. If you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if that's going on, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope the Jack and Daxter was well. I hope it was good. Let's also give a shout out to Mr. Chips. Mr. Chips is really awesome people, really cool streams, really awesome folks, really just great times. Just overall, really swell people. And Menexus, thank you for the 16 months. Since you just subscribed for yourself, you have the opportunity to add a message to the chat. Just let me know what message it is, and I will have the bird speak it through the text-to-speech. If you like, that is entirely up to you. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I just want to let you know that the option is there. Exodia, obliterate. Also, hey, Lampy will be lurking, but liking the art. Yo, thank you there, Mr. Chips. Exodia is there to bring friends together. Ah, about that, Chips. I believe Exodia is there to separate friends just as much as the card just as much as the monster itself is separated. I get it. I hope it went well. Oh yeah, let's see. I hope it went well as well. It's been going pretty well. I mean, we had one hiccup, but other than that, overall, it's been pretty good. It's been so far, yeah, overall, it's been pretty swell. I don't stream, but thank you. Lies and slander, Mr. Chips. I mean, granted, you haven't streamed in a while, but I know you stream. I know you. I know. Go check out this rat. And when I say rat, I mean that in a positive meaning. Awesome people, really funny streams. They've been quite busy with life, but you know, the fact that they're prioritizing their life, that is what is more important. That is always good stuff. Regardless, go check them out. Last stream, I had dropped a frame rate of 0.1 million. Wait, what do you mean by dropped a frame rate? Okay, let me see. So I see the message, and I hate you for that. This is the text-to-speech that Menexus wanted the bird to say, so here we go.
Lampy is the bestest. This is an official statement.
It is not an official statement, but thank you there, Menexus. I greatly appreciate it. Did I give a shout out to Menexus yet? I don't think so. We're going to give one to Menexus as well. They are a fish. They are a very funny stream. Really awesome times over there. Really good people. I highly recommend it. Prioritizing life is always the most important thing. I agree. I don't know. It felt pretty official. No. Sometimes the most unofficial things sound very professional. Don't be swayed by a bird. Yeah. On OBS, there's a frame rate drop, which shows how many frames was lost while streaming. Oh. You too. I don't know what it's been going on, but OBS has been a mess forever for a lot of people. It's especially been a mess for me. I don't know what's been going on, but every time I try it, I have had this happen like 3 times already in the past month, and it's only February. But for some reason recently, like especially when I've been streaming recently, it's just been dying nearing the end. It's been dying like several hours later. And I don't know why that happens. It's really, really inconvenient because it just says out of nowhere, like either A, the internet dies, or B, it just says OBS is disconnected. Sucks to be you. I'm like, why? Why? Why you gotta do this to me, OBS? Come on. All right, let's add these lines. Just gonna drag these lines all the way across. One and the other and the other and the other and the other. All the way like so. This will give us a hair strand texture in a way. This is what I mentioned earlier, where though we could just make a flat color, but if we wanted that hair texture strand, we gotta make a bunch of lines all the way across. And when we get to the part where things need to get more dim, we make the lines thinner and we separate them a little more, and then you could see how we get more of a gradient. And if you want to make them brighter, just go over them a couple more times. Like so right here, I want to make them a bit brighter. We're going to go over it a couple more. Specifically up to that point, and we should be good right there. And if we really want to make it shine, we add more brightness to the center of the hair to really make that stand out. Like so. Oh, right, before I forget. Right. I almost forgot. Folks, check this out. Chaos Puppy just showed me this art that they made earlier, or not earlier, but they made a while back. This is their this is the PNG fan art that they made for us, or that they made for me. And yo, Chaos Puppy, this is looking phenomenal. I love the shine. I love the gun. I love the shine. I love that sinister, that mischievous face that you put on the bug. He knows he's doing some trouble. He's like, yeah. You may have skill and you may have... No, wait, let me try to figure this one out. Oh, there we go. You may have strength and you may have skill, but you're no match for a moth with a gun who's ready to kill. Yeah. There we go. Yes, that's the voice. That's the voice I'm giving myself for some reason. I don't know why. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Totally not the Green Goblin. I don't know what you're talking about. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Anyway. Also, yes, Menexus has a great design. Like, the shark hoodie, the fish tail. Okay, I know they're supposed to be a fish. I keep mistaking them for a shark, and I don't know why, but I know they're a fish. Also, I'm waiting for the tobacco fish model whenever that rolls on in. You know which fish I'm talking about. The fish that has like little smoky thing in its mouth, and it's like it's a plastic robotic animatronic fish that just sings some sort of song, just moves left or I don't know why I'm using the arm movement for this, but you can't even see it, but you know which one I'm talking about. How does Lampy kerchunk a shotgun? Preemptively. The shotgun's already kerchunked. Now it's just to get ready to pull the trigger. But nobody knows that the trigger is a struggle for the moth to pull yet. Actually, they pull it with this leg. There you go. There's your answer. They just flip the gun over and then boom. They just literal buckshot. Because they kind of have to buck they kind of have to buck with their leg and just buck the trigger and then boom, buckshot. All right, let's see. I'm gonna try to catch up on some things. Yeah, I tried to give him a hee-hee. Honestly, oh, is that a stray stroke at the straw or at the bottom? I mean, you may need to get rid of that stray stroke if... Oh, couldn't see it on my screen. Ah, fair enough. There we go. Problem solved. I hate that. Okay, I thought of a joke, and I hate it. Because when I erased that part, I was thinking, there you go, Chaos Puppy. I fixed your art. And I hate myself for it. I hate the thought. I hate that that thought came to mind. Because... God, that's horrible. I thank you for the artwork there, Chaos Puppy. Really amazing stuff. Really great work. Folks, also, go check out Chaos Puppy. Again, go check out Chaos Puppy. They make some amazing art. Phenomenal work. This is only one of the many arts. If you haven't seen their pigeon dating game, yes, there's a pigeon dating game. Go watch that too. They made all the PNGs for that. All of the birds that they made, and some of them birds are adorable and pudgy and funny looking. Just overall, just really great stuff. And when I say funny looking, I mean that in, I mean it in the best way possible. And just watching them birds just do bird things. It's really funny art. It's really great art. Really phenomenal stuff. All right. I've been called lizard, piranha, shark, everything but fish. Rephrase, lake fish. They're a bass. You know what? Oh my god. Yo, wait, Menexus. Is your fish actually bass? I know it's a specific fish, but when you say lake fish, I think of bass. Or like maybe a specific bass. And if so, you need the instrument. If you're not, don't pick up the instrument because then people start assuming you're a bass. I'm a whale or I'm a walleye? Oh, gotcha. Okay, do not give your model a bass instrument then. Or bass instrument. Because then people will assume. But how does Lampy reload? Look, we don't have to worry about reloading. We at least have 2 shots. 2 shots with a shotgun, that should be more than enough. Like how people talk about the revolver. The man only needs 6 shots. We have we have the coach. Because a moth only needs 2 shots. Also, I agree. Chaos Puppy also has an amazing design. If you haven't checked out Chaos Puppy's design, it is really phenomenal stuff as well. Very punk, very rocker design. Really cool stuff there. And honestly, how do I put it? The voice matches the model. It came out really well. Like, Chaos Puppy embodied, like, the model embodies Chaos Puppy's crazy and wildness. That's the best way for me to put it. Now, that was funny. I turned all my friends into burbs. Yeah, it's really good stuff. Go check out the burb. Yeah. What's a word for? What's a word that starts with B? That, yeah. What's a word for crew, pack, posse that starts with B? Go check out the Bird Brigade. They made a very phenomenal bird brigade. There you go. But I do have art of me as the singing bass. I need to see this. I want to see the singing bass art. Also, Brina, welcome on in. Let's give you a shout out. Folks, go check out Brina Belladonna. I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really awesome times over there. Really chill times, really chaotic times. It all depends on the type of games they're playing. Just overall, really cool stuff. Go check them out. I don't think I've ever heard of Children of Silent Town. I love it. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. We are far from done with this art piece. We are barely at the beginning of all of this, but we're getting there little by little. Oh, well, barely at the beginning of the half of the rendering phase. But I'm glad that y'all like it so far. But what if you use both, but need to reload it for the next attempt at something from another person altogether? See, this is why there's more than one Lampy, and why every Lampy has a shotgun. The other Lampies cover, yeah, we have a set of Lampies that fire their shotguns, and when they have to reload, we bring in a new set of Lampies to fire their shotguns. It's called covering fire. And then the process repeats over and over and over, like a never-ending loop of shoot and reload. Shoot, reload, or yeah, shoot, replace, reload. So an SRR. Lampy Cult Fleet. No cult, just fleet. Just fleet or crew. Actually, Lampy crew now. We're no longer a fleet, we're just a crew. I want to see singing bass? Same. I want to see the singing bass. More singing bass. No, wait, not singing bass. More singing walleye. You know what? You wait. Manexus. Hear me out. You know what your singing fish PNG or model or animation or art should sing? The Oscar Mayer song. For those of you that don't know, Manexus is the cult leader of a hot dog cult. He has infected and corrupted many a people with the hot dog. And he has infested the minds of many more with hot dog. So much so that I actually had to draw a hot dog model and emote for somebody. And I blame Manexus for that one. He almost got it to a point where I had to draw a hot dog model for myself. I shall postpone Hot Dog Min for a Singing Fish Min model by Lampy. I would gladly take that job. Oh, by Lemoy. Not the Glizzy cult. Unfortunately, that cult, yeah. If you ever see people Well, to be fair, someone started it before him, but I don't think it spread as far without him. Like, one person may have made his hot dog, but he infected the rest of his friend group with the hot dog. And then it got to other people. Like, now it's infesting this community as well. And I'm sitting here like, you get these freaking hot dogs out of here, you. But funny enough, despite the fact that they were telling everybody, oh yeah, you should get a hot dog, they refused to accept that this was their fault and that this was their cult. Despite the fact that this was entirely their cult. They refuse to accept that part. But I see you, Menexus. I see you. Alright, also, let me see. They graduated now, but had like 20 of us made as hot dogs. I will continue the cult in her name, but Lampy is the lead. No. The fact that you're continuing it in her name means you are the leader. Lampy is diversifying? I'm not diversifying. What do you mean? It's Menexus that's the one that's sending more people out there into the hot dog world. I'm but a messenger? How am I the one leading the charge? It wasn't even me. If anything, that one person that graduated is the leader. Lampy is leader material. No, I am not. I don't know where you keep getting this idea from. Sure, I may be the one calling the shots in Elden Ring Night Rain as of more recently, but it doesn't mean that I'm leader material. Did you see this week's Everdarks? I did not. Is the Balancers back? Are they back? Because I will play Night Rain on Thursday if they're back. Also, welcome on in there, Brace. Lampy Cult, Glizzy Cult, Lampy CEO. Wait, why? When did I become a CEO? I don't even have my own... Yeah, when did I become a CEO? Also, folks, go check out Brace. Go check out Brace for Science. I highly recommend it. Really awesome people. Really fun streams. Everdark Pest, Ever Augur, and Ever Balancers. Playing Night Rain. I'm gonna find a time to play Night Rain. I love that boss. I'm gonna play Night Rain at least for like an hour or two. You know what? You know what? What? It's 10 o'clock? You know what? I might even just take a minute to just play Night Rain. Like, just get one game at the end of the night and just play Night Rain. Or, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna... How do I go about this? I'm trying to find a schedule to play the Everdark Balancers again, because I love that fight. Love that fight. Absolutely. Gotta fight that fight. Gotta play Everdark Balancers. I got an unprotected network port at my hotel, and my Switch is already patched in. Nice, nice, nice. Would you rather CEO or cult leader? Okay, Brina, you make a solid point. You know what? I'll take CEO. So long as it's not CEO of a YouTuber group, because most of the time that does not end up well. That does not end up well at all. I'll take CEO so long as it's not of a VTuber group. That's the best way for me to put it. Alright, we're going to come back to the spiky balls after, but first we need to add the brighter shine to the hair. Like so. And basically, we're just going to add a much stronger outline on the edge here. On the edge of the hair strands. So one all the way to the left. There we go. And then, just going to make some thinner lines. We're going to make some... We're going to go down the middle and add a bunch of sharp strands right here. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I gotta go talk to Rose, see if Night Rain is supposed to be this coming Saturday or not. Also, let me see. What? I thought that all of the VTuber CEOs were super wholesome. Yeah, totally. Yeah, you know what? I'm wrong. You're right there, Chaos Puppy. H and whatever. all of the VTuber CEOs were nice and wholesome and wouldn't scam them out of charity at all whatsoever. No. They also wouldn't hold their talents models hostage, even though the entire company is going up in flames. No, absolutely not. They also wouldn't pit them against one another. No, where would you get that impression from? No. They also wouldn't throw their own talents under the bus just to save their skin. No. That'd be cruel and unusual. Exactly. CEOs love charity. Exactly, yeah. CEO, Cult Education Officer. Whoa. You know what? I don't want to be a CEO anymore. You know, we haven't seen a Moth CEO for a VTuber agency, and you're not going to see that anytime soon either. Because one, VTuber agencies cost money. A lot of money. And you better be ready to drop a huge investment on that VTuber agency. And as we all know, I'm broke. So yeah, no, that ain't happening. And I ain't just gonna give internships out, because no. As I always like to say, if I'm gonna have employees, I want to make sure I pay them. This is also why I don't have mods, because I'm like, if I have mods, I want to pay them because they feel like employees, because they gotta keep the up and up on the channel. And if they're not, I mean, well, what do I mean by that? If they are not, if they are working and they are, you know, keeping the up and up on the channel, then I feel like that's employee work. That deserves payment. That deserves financial compensation, or some sort of compensation in some way, shape, or form. Mostly financial, because I feel like that's the most professional way to do so. So financial compensation. So if I had mods and they were doing mod stuff working for the channel, I'd be like, you know what? I gotta pay y'all. Somehow, some way. I don't know how, but yeah. So I especially would not be able to do just pick up a bunch of VTubers, call it an agency, and say, all right, so here's the game plan. You're gonna do what you do. We're gonna promote you, and whatever money you make, I make as well. And then we're all good. Do we get a wage, or no, whatever you make, that's what you get, and I just take a cut of it, and Twitch takes a cut of it, and YouTube takes a cut of it, taxes takes a cut of it. So whatever you have left, hope you like bread. Actually, bread's expensive too. I hope you like water soup every other day. Have fun with that. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't. Agencies seem a little sus. Yes, especially based off of what I just told you right now. Now, I will say, again, a lot of people are broke. A lot of them usually go broke because of, you know, YouTube takes a cut, and Twitch takes a cut, and taxes takes a cut. So the streamers are also less likely to be incentivized to do their best, because, I mean, why do your best when you barely get chips? Am I right? I wouldn't. And therefore, morale goes down, their mental health goes down, and if their mental health goes down, that also means that their stream quality goes down, and if their stream quality goes down, their audience morale goes down, and if their audience morale goes down, they're less likely to support, because especially if they know if their support is only going to everyone but the streamer, then, you know, they're less likely to want to support, because it's like, you know what, I want to support this person, but the company and YouTube and Twitch and taxes are going to be taking it all, so I feel bad about that. So it's like, yeah, no. And so that's why I'm sitting here like, yeah, no, I couldn't be a CEO, because I know full well this is how it's unfortunately going to have to go down. Or if I have a bunch of money, which I don't, so I can't pay them. So I can't have a company. Well, I could, but I don't want to have a company. It doesn't seem right. Anyway, so far, only one company hasn't done most of that so far as I heard. Yeah, as far as I know, I think it's only Hololive, and that's also because, you know, Hololive also started small, and I think they were still paying their... I don't know if they were paying them, but at the beginning, but since they got big, since they got, like... Yeah, since they got big, a lot of their talents, you know, it sounds like they're living well. I hope. Don't let this age like milk. I hope that statement does not age like milk. Or like milk. I wanna believe that they're like the talents in Hololive are doing well. When it sounds like it, they get to travel and get all them burgers and stuff. So I'm assuming they're being paid well. All right, let's see. Let me see. Also, I checked in for the weekend, so having a guaranteed connection for the weekend is fantastic. All right, that's it. Elden Ring Night Rain on Saturday. Yeah. Saturday Night Rain, let's go. All right, exactly. CEOs love charity. Okay, so that's... I read that part. CEO would never beg their talents for money in order to declare bankruptcy. Beg? That was more like they were trying to demand. Like, well, you see, we need the money, and you still technically owe us for this and that. Look, we're just trying to go bankrupt so we could get out of this hot water. Like, so, yeah, no, forget that. Save? Save. Good idea. We need to save because we put all that hair shine. Water soup, let's go. Yeah, water soup. They're at the soup store. They only bought water. Idea for an Ever Balancer's Phase 2 strat. Spinning weapons, plus Bleed Duchess and Scholar ulti. Okay. Bleed weapons on the Scholar and the Duchess, plus the Scholar ulti, plus... Yeah, that's actually all you really need. Maybe... Okay, I'm gonna say Revenant ult, so you don't die when you're in there, so you just spin to win. And if any of them actually do manage to pull off any damage, you're gonna get back up and do the spinning again. Or Guardian ult, so you actually take no damage. Okay, put a little grass in that soup for the flavor. Don't sell CEO a Lampy, who's been cutting my grass. Alright, a CEO cares so much about their talents, mental health. Yeah, totally. Time for the cult dues. No cult dues. No cult dues. There's no such thing as cult dues. The next day, yeah. Also, Spock, thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, the stretch, and the quack. Yeah. That last one, I was not ready for it. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Shoujo's one of those as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me. I think we all know about what happened with V Shoujo. Like, to be fair, I mean, granted, I think anyone who's been in this, who's been watching VTubers knows all about this one. If you don't, well, you kind of worry about it. Well, when I say don't worry about it, I mean, like, for most people, it doesn't really matter. But for those that even may be in that field, it's a cautionary tale. It's a cautionary tale for many a reason. This is one of the few times where I'd actually talk about this stuff, because I feel like it's not one of those petty dramas where it's like, oh yeah, this person said this, and that person said that, and that person reacted to this video, so that person reacted to their video of a reaction of a reaction of a reaction. Yeah, I don't care about that one. This situation, on the other hand, this is one of those situations where it's, watch out when you join any. If you're streaming, actually not even streaming, if you are dealing with a big business, read those contracts. Keep an eye on things. Be on the up and up. Get a lawyer. If there is any big contract you have to deal with, make sure you get a lawyer to read it. And even then, even if you do lawyer up, sometimes, like, okay, one, V Shoujo is very petty from what I've heard. They were talking smack about the talents that did leave, so that just made their lives even more miserable, and the ones that were there, they got scammed. That's the best way to put it. They got scammed badly. So yeah, that's what I mean by, that's one of those things where it's like, it's not a petty drama. That's a thing that could happen to other people if they choose to jump into agencies. Sometimes those agencies can be scummy, and you want to dodge that stuff like the plague. So before you go into any big thing, lawyer up. Lawyer up. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're thinking, this could be my big break, this could be it, just to be safe, lawyer up. All right, let me catch up some things. Let me see. Now that HoloLive's shareholders are more of a say, it does seem likely they steered a bit more towards the idle behavior, but it seems like they're still happy, all doing well. Yeah, I did notice that part. Like, once the shareholder thing started happening, a few things started changing up a bit here and there with HoloLive. Like you mentioned, they started doing more of the idle stuff. Streaming started taking more of a... How do I put it? Well, the streaming thing still seems to be fine, but they started, how do I put it? What's the word I'm looking for when it comes to that one? You can definitely just see in the marketing direction that they have for HoloLive that, yeah, something's definitely changed. Like, I don't exactly know how to put it. I don't exactly know how to put this into words, but it's definitely seeming like a lot more of the models that they've been making, a lot more of the designs, the outfits. Yeah, there we go. The outfits, the marketing stuff that they have has been going more towards a direction that you would see more in a gacha game rather than what you would normally see with a lot of the HoloLive stuff. It's definitely a little different. And I could see why some of them did bail out when they did. Although I will say, it doesn't seem like a horrible, horrible thing. But I could see why some of them would bail out when they did. If that makes any sense. As far as I've heard, they've only scammed a charity once. They scammed a charity once, and they didn't pay a lot of their talents when it came to a lot of the merch. So they did scam a charity once, but the fact that they scammed a charity in the first place, and they scammed all of their talents, that's an entirely different road. We're talking about vShoujo, not HoloLive this time. Alright, let's see. As far as I've heard, they've... Okay, so I saw that one. Heck yeah. Yeah. Wait, what were we talking about? Scholar ult also has healing. I used Quee's ult to tank a Duchess against a Scion. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. That's also true. Oh my god, if you could have all the spin to wins, you could just keep on attack. You could just keep on spinning and they won't kill you. I'm going to head to bed now. Have fun, everyone. All right, there, Kariba Lord. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good night. I'll better tomorrow. And a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Doing crimes in my sleep. You know what? That's all you'd really need to do. Do the crimes in your sleep. And when you wake up, you're going to find an entire pile of cash because you actually did crimes in your sleep. You might want to lay it low for 3 days. Watch a YouTube summary. If you don't know about vShoujo, there's several lawyers that cover it. Also true. The fact that lawyers are covering it is why I'm saying this ain't no petty drama. The fact that lawyers are, looking into this and are like, you know what? From what I'm seeing, blah, 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 lawyer talk. vShoujo scam talents that hadn't officially joined yet. That too, I forgot about that part. As a long-time berry bug enjoyer. Wait, what's a berry bug? Oh, yeah. Right, I know which one berry bug is now. That streamer. The one that's in red and gray, right? I think it's red and gray. Hey, Lampy, you ever have a song pop into your head when you're cooking something, but as you're thinking of the song, you replace one word from the song with something else? Kind of. I've had a situation where I'm thinking of a song and it kind of, because of one word, it kind of blends into an entirely different song. So I'm listening to one song and it ends into a new one. So I'm like, huh. How do we get here? Hold on, let me go back to the last song. Let me try to think about that one again. More curated? Yeah, kind of. More curated. I think that's a good way to go about it. Lampster, hope you're doing well. Yo, Blobby. I'm doing all right. I was just what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just drawing here and there. Just been yammering on about stuff. We've been yammering on about VTuber agencies, Hololive, stuff like that. And like I was saying earlier, though it does seem that a lot of things in Hololive has changed, it doesn't seem like things are bad. Although I will say this. Speaking of Hololive, you already know. We're gonna talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. Now, why am I talking about Hololive? Why am I talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! When the topic was about Hololive? It's because they've done 2 Yu-Gi-Oh! Events. And I swear to God, Konami dropped the ball on that so bad. Oh, why, Konami? You had a good thing going here. It had a lot of promise, but they only had like 1 exhibition match. When you could have had a whole Hololive tournament to really get people amped up for this, because granted, the games are going to be very, very confusing and very, very tricky, but you could have also had them doing a lot of banter, doing a lot of games, doing a lot of misplays. It would have been hilarious. But instead, they only had that 1 exhibition match in the middle of the stream, and then just a tournament with a bunch of other players that nobody really cares. You had a Hololive Yu-Gi-Oh! Collab event, and the Hololive part was just a small tidbit of the entire stream. Why? Why, Konami? I'm not even blaming Hololive for this one, because Hololive, it was entertaining watching their, watching their training arcs, watching their training and learning streams. Those were pretty funny. And even after that, when some of them decided to still play Yu-Gi-Oh!, those were also some very funny streams. But the event itself, why did you drop the ball so bad, Konami? I don't know what's going on in Konami, but they have some interesting ideas, and they fumble them consecutively. And I don't know how you consecutively fumble event after event after event when they had such good promise. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Let me catch up with some reading. I missed the Kiryu Coco era. He was my favorite, absolutely unhinged. Yes, I agree. Kiryu Coco was one of the best ones. I'm gonna be honest, when Kiryu Coco graduated, when they retired from that character, I literally sat there and didn't know what to do with my life for a minute. For those of you that have been here, you know full well that during that time, I was already trying to set up my own streams, but then I see that button to push live, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe next time. And if you've been here long enough, then you know full well after watching their last Kiryu Coco stream, that was the thing that just kind of pushed me to actually push the go live button. So that event sticks with me. Because it was the end of something and it was the beginning of something. Because I was literally just sitting there like, after watching that stream, like after it was over, like I watched that thing live too. I was just sitting there like, now what? I don't know what to do with myself. Because, well, I don't know about anyone else, but Hololive was a big impact for, I don't know about anyone else, but Hololive was a big impact for me. Not gonna lie. Especially since, 2020 was a pain. Also, let me see. The ones that baited definitely got a boost from being, the ones that bailed definitely got a boost from being in Hollow. I agree. You got Nimi Nightmare. You got Saba. Well, did Saba... Okay. I will say 2 things on that one. On one hand, I don't know if Saba got a boost, but they seem to be enjoying themselves so much more than when they were, than their last couple years as Gura. So, even though their numbers seem to be so much smaller in comparison, but to be fair, when I say their numbers are so much smaller, that is still a lot. Because when you think about it, they dropped down to like what, 1, 2 million in comparison to their 4 or 5 million. And though that sounds like a big drop, they still have like a million people following them out the door. That's still nothing to sneeze at. That's a big number. But regardless, they seem to be a lot happier now. From what I last remember, the person that used to be Goro seems to be a lot happier with their stream and stuff now. So I think that's a win. Honestly, I think that's a big win. Oh, and then not even to mention, there's still the ones that bailed on the Japanese branch, like Minato Aqua and Shion, all of that stuff. The one that used to be a whale or a killer whale, stuff like that. Also, add start in a minute. Yeah, Barry's Ladybug adjacent. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so that one. Yeah, that was unfortunate for them. But I will say, because of the whole fiasco that happened with a lot of the talents in VShojo, I think the Berry Bug streamer actually got more eyes on them. So even though it was a tough one, it was still a boost in their, you know, they still got a boost from that whole fiasco. So I think overall it might have maybe, quite possibly, maybe have been a good thing. Maybe. Actually, no, that's still a very unfortunate situation, but yeah, it was still a very unfortunate situation. That's the only thing I really say about that one. Also, let me see. I just had that with I'm Blue song, but it replaced Blue with Monkey. Wait, what song is the one with Monkey? I've been having you yapping in the background on this sleepy afternoon. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem there, Blobby. I hope you enjoy. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, that's words. Yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying this. I'm always honored to hear that. In all seriousness. Oh, also, let's add a little bit of lighting down here. Also, thank you for stopping by there, Mr. Chips. You go rest well. You take care of what you got to take care of. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, a great week, all that good stuff. And there are the ads. All right, let me see. Let me try to catch up with things. Oh, right. Also, we got to replace everything with Dead Tired Lampy right quick. So, where is it? There it is. So that goes away and we add Brain Dead Lampy because we're dead tired now. All right. Smaller numbers, but they are getting bigger share overall. Yes. Not only that, they're getting a bigger share, but they're also, better, better well-being, better peace of mind. That's the word. I love how Coco, I love that Coco is part of your origin story. Yeah, Coco's had a big impact. I feel like Coco had a big impact with a lot of people. I mean, heck, they were one of the main reasons why they were one of the main bridges to a lot of English viewers watching HoloLive. I mean, granted, there was a lot of catalysts that got people to find out what HoloLive was. Sakura Miko and their GTA moment. We're just gonna call it that. And you had Hachima and their absolutely cursed food. But then you had Kiryu Coco. Not only were they a wild streamer, not only did they have some ridiculous moments, not only were they interacting with the other two that had some very iconic moments that a lot of the English speakers knew about, they could also speak English, so that also made it more possible for people to understand what was going on, what was being said. Whenever they interacted with other streams, you could actually, or when they interacted with the other talents, you could actually understand what was being said, what was being talked about, without subtitles. Because Kiryu Coco would say that sort of stuff for people. Also, let me see. I don't watch Saba as much as I did Gura, but I'm glad she's doing well, and she does seem happier and more herself. I agree. I'm gonna be honest. As crazy as it sounds, I never really watched Gura, But when she was there with other, you know, interacting with other people, it was pretty funny. Actually, as crazy as it was, I never really watched a lot of Hollow Myth, as crazy as that is. I didn't really get into Hollow English until, I mean, I knew about a lot of the members of Hollow English, but I never really watched a lot of them. Well, maybe a little bit of Ina for a bit. But for the most part, I really didn't get into the Hollow English streams until... I was gonna call it Hollow Chaos, because let's be honest, that's what they were. The one after that, Gen 2, the Hollow... They're called Hollow, or Promise Now, but oh, Council, that's the one. Because that's when things got wild, that's when things got crazy, that's when things got chaotic. And as crazy as it is, the red one, Bay was not the reason why it was chaotic, which is funny because they were supposed to be the embodiment of chaos. Yet you had time, or yeah, you had the time one, you had the society one, you had the space one, and you had the nature one, and those three were so wild that the one that was supposed to be the embodiment of chaos was the straight man of the group. Also, for those of you that don't know what I mean by that, the straight man of the group means the one that has the head on their shoulders, the viewer's point of view, or not the point of view, the voice of reason amongst the lunatics. Perfect example, older episodes of Family Guy. Brian was the voice of reason. Therefore, between him and Peter Griffin in the very early seasons of Family Guy, he would have been considered the straight man. Smithers and Mr. Burns, I guess Smithers would be considered the straight man to Mr. Burns's egomaniacal insanity, and Smithers is just supposed to be there like, I'm just doing my job, until that evolved into a mad obsession. Stuff like that. The other example would be Lisa and Bart. Lisa would be the voice of reason, therefore Lisa would be the straight man. With that being said, it's crazy and wild to think that Hako Bale, or Bay for short, was the straight man of the group when they were supposed to be the embodiment of chaos. Absolutely crazy. But that's why I liked Gen 2 of Hololive English. I don't usually get to talk about Hololive very often. I don't know why, but I don't really bring it up as often. But when I get the opportunity, you better believe I'm gonna nerd out. I'm gonna nerd out over all of this. Alright, let me try to catch up some things, because I know I just rambled on for like 30 minutes. It might have sucked, but it might have ended up as a net positive overall. Oh yeah, most definitely. Whichever one of these things we were talking about, yes. If we were talking about the Coco situation, yes. If we were talking about the Gura situation, yes. If we were talking about the berry bug situation, also yes. Like, well, all three of them had a really rough situation, and it may not have turned out favorable for a lot of people, but it overall turned out to be a net positive for each of them. Or at least I like to think that. Alright, let's see. There isn't a song, it's just that meme, monkey. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I understand what you mean. Hachima's cursed food? Yeah, I forgot about... I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It has been quite a while, and they kind of shelved the crazy... Okay, I'm gonna be on... I'm gonna have to quote this one, because the quote of the Hachima cursed foods was very funny, especially at the very beginning. You want to know what Hachima's, for those of you who are here that don't know about the Hachima cursed foods, you want to know what the video titles for that sort of stuff was? Originally it was just, crazy food here and there, but the earlier videos, I kid you not, and I quote one of the YouTube videos, it was a series called Bitch Makes. I'm not even joking. You look up, and I quote, Bitch makes spaghetti. That was one of Hachima's early YouTube videos. I am not even joking. And I hope Hachima gets better, because I know they kind of went through a whole situation right now, and they're just kind of going through some things right now. But I hope their life gets easier. Let's see. I've never really watched any Hollow streams, but GG Mooring clips are absolutely diabolical. Okay, we gotta talk about GG Mooring. We gotta talk about GG. Why? Because I am going to say it right here, right now. The HoloLive talent streamer called GG, I want to say by far is one of the best supports in that field. Like, because every single stream that they're in, they just have a dynamic with someone that just cranks it up to 11. They're dynamic with Crony. They're dynamic with Fauna before she left. They're dynamic with as they quote it, Mori Calliope. They're dynamics with so many other people. It's very hilarious times. Very hilarious streams. Oh, how could I forget? They're dynamic with CC, the robot. Yeah, they're dynamic with them. Oh my god, that's the... Okay, so I don't know if I've ever mentioned it, mostly because I don't think I've ever mentioned a lot of HoloLive. There's one thing that I really appreciate between those two. When those two stream. Because there's a dynamic that they have that I usually don't see with many other people. And the dynamic is this. With GG and everyone else, they have a dynamic of the Wild One, aka GG, and the Straight Man, which is usually Brony or Callie. When it comes to, or, GG and the rest of her group. Well, actually, not even GG and the rest of her group. It's usually just the rest of their group and Liz. But, when you have GG and CC together, there is no straight man of the group. They just literally bounce off one another. It's like, how do I put it? They're like a microwave. Instead of one of them just bouncing off the wall and the other one's trying to contain them, no, these two are like microwave atoms where they just, instead of bouncing off the wall, well, they both bounce off the wall. And they just go faster and faster and faster, and things get heated. And when I say heated, I don't mean like, those two start to bicker. Well, they sometimes bicker with one another. And that's the funny part about it. Sometimes they bicker, sometimes they enable the other. Like when one of them's about to say something wild and they stop themselves, the other one's like, yeah, no, keep going. What was that? No. Like, say it with your whole chest. And they just continue like that. And it just kind of reminds me of some dynamic duos, like characters from other TV shows like Sam and Max. You ever seen the show Sam and Max? They give me Sam and Max vibes, where one of them isn't looking at the other like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? It's just like one of them says something wild, the other one says something wild, and sometimes they don't even acknowledge the other one's wildness. They're just both just simultaneously wild. But when they do bounce off one another, when they do acknowledge the other one's wildness, it's a sight to behold. It is wild. It is quite the scene. And that's why I appreciate watching their show. That's why I think, like, GG is one of the ultimate support. Actually, you know what? Now that we brought that one up, I think CC's down the same level. Because you got the dynamic between CC and Callie, again. The dynamic between CC and Brony, again. You have the dynamic between CC and Big Cat. It's just absolutely wild. And how could we forget? I'm not gonna lie. Watching CC streams just makes me think, you know what? I should be more interactive here too. Like, just watching that, it just inspires me sometimes. Like, the wildness that they do on their channels, like, how they just, move their models around, how they interact with the channel, how they use their, how they use when. Okay, when I say they're assets, I don't mean they're quote unquote assets. I mean, literal assets, like their PNGs, their models, whatever they have on the screen. They use those to the fullest, and I'm like, that's a genius idea. I need to do that more often. Okay, anyway, let me try to catch up with some things because I just went off the rails there. Yeah, I watch more clips than actual streams, and I think Kiara and Gigi are like the ones I see the most now. That's because they both are also, I mean, Kiara is also a very, how do I put it? Kiara is also a really big support, okay, how do I put it? They're a big support streamer. And when I say support streamer, I mean, they could do their own things. They can do their own things. They're really good at that stuff. But where they really shine is by bolstering. They really shine in their collabs. They really shine with interactions with others. Because Kiara is kind of like a, how do I put it? Kiara is like a half and half. They could be the wild one. They can also be the straight man of the situation. Which is ironic to say, yeah, Kiara could be the straight man. When, yeah. If you've seen their streams, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't seen their streams, they really appreciate women. And that's a mood. But yeah, I think they're both really good at supporting stream. I mean, heck, one of them made their own talk show. Needless to say, that was a really genius idea on their part. But they found a way to, also bridge a gap in a way. All right, let's see. I more so watch indies the most. Also fair and reasonable. Okay, for me personally, I also watch a lot of the HoloLive. Well, I've been forcing myself to not watch the HoloLive clips. Also, welcome on in there, Reichert. How you be? I hope you're having a good day, everybody. I forced myself to stop watching HoloLive clips because that just sends me down a whole rabbit hole. I watch one clip, and then YouTube recommends more, and more, and more. And then if I don't stop myself, I'm gonna be sitting there for hours just watching HoloLive clips, and I already know, like, nope, I gotta stop this. I gotta get work done. Work needs to be finished. Work needs to be set. So I gotta stop watching these things. Plus my eyes hurt by reading all of these by watching all of these clips and reading all the subtitles, because you better believe they're also gonna recommend the Japanese side. And that's the part where my eyes hurt especially. What you're drawing? We are currently drawing the boxing Revenant. We just worked on the hair a bit. We're getting there little by little. Slowly but surely. Welcome on in there, Fenboy. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Also, let me see. Slow Flutter? Alright, we will add Slow Flutter after the Dead Tired Redeem is done, which is in about 10 more minutes. Also, CCGG is less of a microwave and more of a macrowave. True. Also, I don't know why I'm calling them CC or GG. We gotta call them by their unofficial, or by their quote-unquote official duo name, which is called Autofister. One of them doesn't like it, the other one goes full send with that one, and I like their dynamic with that too. Penspin. Thank you for redeeming Penspin. Whenever I see clips, it reminds me of when my bestie and I get together. Also understandable, like watching, okay, I don't know if, but I'm assuming your bestie, okay. Well, we're not going to go into much detail on that one, but when I see your streams and you're collabing with your buddies, that is always a hilarious time as well. I agree. And I will say, when it comes to streams, I agree. I also haven't watched too many full-on streams of HoloLive anymore. It's usually clips here and there, and I've been forcing myself to stop because, yeah, I need to take care of things. But when it does come to streams, I usually try to watch the homies, because there's only so much time in the day, and though there are big streamers that I wouldn't mind watching, I gotta support the homies. So I just watched their video, or I just watched the big streamer videos after. I just watched their VODs sometime after, if I remember to do so. And even then, I only like watch maybe one, maybe two, maybe. Sometimes I don't even watch that. I need to catch up on the Madara streams. Or Matara stream. There we go. I just realized saying it like Madara just sounds like the villain from Naruto. I mean, they're also a villainous bug, so yeah, you know what? Close enough, close enough. They're also a villain. All right, let's see. Let's see. CC Immergreen and GG Morin look at one another and think that, or think at the same time, I can make her worse. Yes, exactly. They do. That is exactly how they look at one another. Those two. Yeah, basically Auto Fister just looks at one another like, yeah, full send. Full send? Full send. Did you know Sam & Max got cameos in many LucasArts video games? Really? I did not know about that one. When will Big Cat give Catini a jetpack? I know, right? They refuse to accept the jetpack part. Just give the Chatini a jetpack. Come on. Come on, Big Cat. That's all we ask. Which is also funny, because I remember there was an earlier time before they were Big Cat that people called them a Big Cat, and they're like, stop it, I'm not a Big Cat. Many years later, well, look how the tables turned. No, wait, I messed that up by saying it accurately. You know what, don't worry about it. That's such a mood I get in the holoclip rabbit hole too. But I usually put stuff on in the background, even drawing now. Ah, fair. True. Sometimes it's also cool to just draw. Or, you know, have drawing in the background while drawing. Working while working. It makes you feel a little more motivated. Like, you know what? They're working on stuff. I should work on stuff. Let me just work on this for a bit while they work on theirs for a bit. Just keep on going down that rabbit hole like so. It usually makes things a little bit easier to work on. A little bit easier to roll with. Speaking of which, for this hair strand, we're just, since it's a little braid, we're just going to, actually, since it's a braid, let's squiggle it a bit. We're going to squiggle here and there. Squiggle mostly on the left side, but it's going to be a little tricky, but we're just going to squiggle on the left side to give it that braided texture. And since it's a very thin strand, we're only going to keep the 100% sharpness right there. That sort of thing. Welcome back to the Not Cult. No, not Not Cult. Well, wait. Not Cult. Yes, Not Cult. Oh no, what happened to Lampy? My brain fried. That's about it. What did I miss? Oh, well, I was gonna say not too much, but I was talking about HoloLive for like a good minute. Yeah, we were talking about HoloLive for a good minute. We were talking about the nonsense that happened with VShojo. We were also talking about VTuber CEOs and why I never want to be one, because that's a lot of money to set up an agency. And you have to pay your talents. And if I can't make money, I'm not able to pay my talents. And if I can't pay my talents, then that becomes a whole debacle right there. And honestly, I'd rather not go through all the stress. This is also why I don't have mods, because I feel like I would have to pay my mods, and I don't know how to pay mods. Or I don't have enough money to pay for mods, so I'm like, you know what, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nah, don't worry. Fine, it's fine. But yeah, then after that, we just went down the whole rabbit hole about talking about HoloLive, and we were talking about GG and a lot of the other ones, Kirikoko, all that stuff. We were going absolute ham on the Holo Talk, which I greatly appreciate. I don't get to talk about that very often. And good lord, is there a lot to talk about over them years. Also, let me see. One of them doesn't like it because she's a tsundere, and actually doesn't mind it because it's funny. Yeah, CC is a tsundere now that you mention it. I could see that. Yeah, it's Nemu. She's my bestie and lives here, so I can annoy her IRL. That's what's up. You know, that's how you know you're good friends, is when you can live together and just absolutely annoy the other one, like no wit's end. That's how you know you're good homies. Obviously within reason, of course, like to a limit, because you know there's one thing of annoying and then there's a just terrorizing. Matra, I love her. Yeah. They have a really funny dynamic. That one's another one where they have a really funny dynamic with people. But I also really enjoy their solo streams. Also, Jesus Christ, do they have... Okay, when I say they have a pair of lungs on them, I mean... When they're playing horror games... Not... Oh, well, yeah, two things. When they're playing horror games, we're talking about Madara Khan over here. We're talking about the roach lady. Or the giant roach beach. So, when we're talking about her... She has got a set of lungs on her when she's playing a horror game. She gives out a blood-curdling scream that makes you believe that someone is being killed. Because that's what it sounds like when she screams. I watch Mata's horror VODs just for the screams. Yes. And you know it's a horror game if she screams like literal bloody murder. And this is how I'm also convinced that Elden Ring is a horror game. Like base game Elden Ring, not Night Rain. Well, Night Rain too, because Everdark Balancers. You'll see what I'm talking about tomorrow, because I'm going to play Everdark Balancers. I want to play the Balancers. Anyway, point being is, Elden Ring base game, actually just Elden Ring is a horror game. Because one, it's given me some chills here and there from time to time. And two, you know it's a horror game when Matara plays it for their first time and they scream bloody murder because they saw a freaking rune bear. Then actually took sonic damage from that? Yes, exactly. Also, let me see. That's a mood? Yeah. Flip it and ship it. He said it's not enough. Or wait, no. I did not say that part. No. Leave that alone. Yep, they're working. I should be working. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just like that. I only pay... Oh, let's see. You only pay for mods if you were... Oh, if your card gets stolen at a Burger King drive-thru. Wait, what's this about Burger King drive-thru? Wait, why are we talking about paying... Okay, well, I know why we were talking about paying mods, but why would I only pay them if my Burger King card got stolen? I'm a volunteer mod for some of my friends, but not always available, so I just help out when... Oh, every now and then. You know what? Also fair and understandable. Because I also kind of agree that, you know, sometimes, you know, modding is a lot of work. So, if you know, especially if you're volunteering on that, you take care of yourself, take care of what you gotta take care of. That is the bigger priority. But I'm also looking at, like, these people are taking the time out of their day to work on this stuff, and I'm just sitting here drawing and all of that while they're taking the time to work on things for me. Like, specifically, since they're working for me, I feel like I should pay them. Even if they're just doing it for volunteer, I'm like, I should pay them because they're working for me, even if they're, you know, like literally volunteering. I don't know. I'm like, thank you. You should be compensated for this. But because I'm also broke, I'm looking at like, you should be compensated for this, but I can't compensate you, so no work for you. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the stream. That's fair? Yeah. Also, let me catch her something. No worries, it's reasonable annoying her. That's fair. That's also fair. I guess Elden Ring's a horror game. Okay. I will say the Elden Ring is a horror game because I personally believe Elden Ring is a horror game because of a lot of things. Have you ever went under the sewer? Have you ever went to Lanedale? You will when we play this. Well, you won't get to Lanedale, but you'll see why Elden Ring may or may not be a horror game this coming Sunday. Not only that, well, maybe not this Sunday because we're still at the beginning, but if we could get to if we could get to Limgrave, you might see why it's a horror game. 2, anyone who knows the story of the Dung Eater knows full well why this is a horror game. And 3, if you played the DLC, you know why this is a horror game. And if you fought the Everdark Balancers, you know why this is a horror game. And if you have ever ran into a rune bear in the middle of the woods, you know why this is a horror game. Look, the game has a lot of reasons why it's a horror game. And needless to say. So I was at a Burger King, and the card I used there got used to try and pay for a Nexus mod subscription the next day. Oh. Compensation by commissions, perhaps? Maybe. A loathsome Dung Eater is often yelled throughout our house. Honestly, okay, not throughout the house, but when me and Brace and Quee, a couple of our friends are usually playing Elden Ring. Not even just those friends, like I got some other friends where whenever the topic of the loathsome Dung Eater comes up, there's this one YouTube video that immediately pops into our heads. Oh yeah, I think it's already been long enough. We could go back to our actual model now. We could actually have a brain again. Also, Wings Up. There we go. Thank you for redeeming Wings Up. Even though that was 19 minutes ago there, Rykard. I hope you enjoyed. So, whenever the Dung Eater name pops up, like, in a lot of my friend groups, we just start reciting the other names that were given from this one YouTube video. Hold on, we gotta go find the loathsome Dung Eater video again. There it is. Now, granted, this video is very, very vulgar. I need to give you a fair warning. This is a vulgar YouTube video. And I want to give you that heads up before I drop it in before I drop the link in here. But yeah. Like, gasp, the moth lives. I know, right? Here's the video. It's a fan-made video where they just keep giving the loathsome Dung Eater different names. All sorts of different iterations of the same name. Like the devious doo-doo devourer, or the nefarious fecal feaster. The list goes on, and I swear, I think they tried to get a name for him for every letter in the alphabet, with the exceptions of the ones that they could not get, because, well, I don't know how you say excrement in I don't think there's a word for excrement that starts with a Z. I could be wrong. Maybe it's in the video. Reminder, there is a pen spin back when you were dead tired. But I did the pen spin. I zoomed in and I did the whole pen thingy. Either way, we'll do it one more time. There you go. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Sending this to my housemates? Yes, please do. It's a hilarious video. Like, you'll find... Now you'll know the full extent of the calamity of that name. And maybe it'll corrupt your mind just as it corrupted me and the rest of my friends' minds. Because good lord, does it go ham. Lampy, are you surviving on copium? No. I'm surviving on fast food soda. Soda from McDonald's. Well, actually, the soda's gone, so now all I have is water. Like, yeah, we're just straight up going ham on the water now. That's really all we got at this point. Anyway, what was I talking about again? Oh, right. Anyway, so we're going to add a little bit of lighting, a little bit of a highlight on the right side of these little tails, I would call them. I don't know the exact terminology for the little strands at the end of the braid, but yeah, I'm just gonna call it a tail. Let's just give it an outline. Really make that branch out a little bit. That should be good. Perfect. Okay, now all we need to do is just add a little bit more of the highlights to the hair. But for the hair, we're going to change things up a little bit. Since the hair is in the back of everything, we're actually gonna do a lot of the strong hair strands that we did in the front. Instead, for the hair in the back, we're still gonna make hair strands, but we're gonna use a darker tone. We're gonna use the gold that we originally did, but we're mostly also going to aim for outlines around the edges of the hair. We're not really gonna go for the center because, yeah, we're not gonna go for sides like this, mostly because, you know, they're shrouded in shadow. So we're not gonna see too much on that side. We're gonna have these branches, or these strands, just branch out on the edges of the hair, and that's basically as far as it's gonna go. And because this one's even lower, we're gonna have even less hair strand, less light on it too. So these strands are gonna be few and parted in a way like so. Now let's add that highlight, that outline to the edge of the hair. There we go, perfect. Also just realized that this is 30% opacity or 70% opacity, so that might also explain why the hair was really branching out really fast. Oh yeah, for those of you that are here, I also forgot to mention. So, well, a little bit of a interesting story as of recently, earlier in the day. There was this one streamer that is setting up a Smash Bros tournament, and by tournament I mean they're taking a bunch of models from, or not taking a bunch of models, but you know, they're accepting a bunch of models from a lot of people, like their 3D models, and modding them into Smash Bros Ultimate. And I saw that one, I was like, you know what, that actually sounds pretty cool. I got an idea. There's just one problem. It's a cool concept, it's a great idea, and don't worry, on their side, there's nothing wrong. This is more of a personal thing where it's like, I see Duck Hunt. I feel like that would have been the perfect one, because one, it's not a humanoid figure. The whole gimmick is guns. And it has two figures. It has the dog and the non-dog. Or it has the dog and it has the bird. And I thought for a minute there, like, I only have a 3D model of Lampy. Ah, ha, ha. If I had the 3D model of the bird, I would definitely volunteer for that one. Like, hey, guns, two figures, one of them's a bird. Here you go. I think this will be perfect. Here, to toss this in a Smash Bros. I want to see how it goes. But since I don't have a 3D model for a bird, I'm just looking at it like, well, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe something else in the future. Also, Bard Master Brandon, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things be well. Ooh, nice. Yeah, right? It looks it looks like a really awesome thing. Oh, that could have been amazing. I agree. I actually know somebody who is part of the... Oh, well, when I say know of somebody, I know a fellow streamer who has their model in that event, and I'm like, dang, that would have been awesome. I mean, well, one, it's awesome for them, because that's actually pretty cool. That's pretty awesome to see their model in a 3D... in the 3D Smash Bros. Game. But I'm looking at that like, dang, missed a golden opportunity there. Well, maybe next time. Thank you for redeeming plushie, Moth. Things are all right. I'm good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. It's almost 3 a.m. here, so I need to head out. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. All right there, Chaos Puppy. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Actually, it's almost 12. I should be calling it soon. You know what? We'll just work on the hair a little bit. Finish this off. and then maybe call it a night. We're also going to put this at 70% opacity. Make things a little bit faster for ourselves. Because I want to add a bright outline around the hair, just a little bit. Switch it back to the gold color. Put it back to 30. Actually, you know what? 50% opacity now. Actually, yeah, no, let's keep it at 7. Just drag everything across right now. Almost 12? Yeah, it's almost midnight for me. I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm usually the latest to everything. Like, I'm the one who's in the most in the past. It's almost 3 p.m. for me. Dang. That is wild. Wait, is it like Thursday for you right now? It might be Thursday. Because for me, it's still Wednesday for about 8 more minutes. I'm extremely in the future? Ah, I see. Yeah. Understandable. Okay, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. It's Thursday for me? I see. Yeah. This is why I also mentioned, like, whenever or like last stream, or last time during New Year's, when everyone else was saying Happy New Year's, I'm like, hey, Happy New Year. Yeah, and Happy New Year's for you. I got like 2 more hours. Or I got 3 more hours. It's 4 p.m. here? Holy cow, y'all are way in the future. I'm just barely... You know, it's wild to think about. For a lot of folks, it's the afternoon. For me, it's midnight. And still Wednesday. About 15 hours ahead? Dang, that's wild. You're like on the other side of the earth. Also, let me see. Decided to try the hotel TV out. The ghosts... Oh, it ghosts so bad, it feels like I have motion blur on. Wait, ghosts? Wait, what do you mean by ghosts? They're, yeah, what do you mean by ghosting, Brace? How does the TV go? How does a TV ghost? That's what I want to know now. Well then, 2 things there. To both Brace and to both Night Shadow. Hello from the other side of the world. And 2, can you give me the lotto tickets? Can you tell me what the lotto tickets are? I'll split it with you. Tell me what the big lotto numbers are, so tomorrow I can get myself a ticket. Time to make that money. First, we got the lotto ticket plan, and we got the art gallery plan. Although I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the art gallery plan really I actually have faith in the lotto, like the art gallery plan. For those of you who were in here, the art gallery plan was this. Number 1, I get an art canvas. I paint it all black. I set it up at an art gallery. I sell it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And when anyone asks why it's just a, you know, why is it just an all black canvas? I tell them that the art piece is a room in all darkness. It is a room with no lights in it. No lights are on in that room. That's why everything is pitch black. It's an entire scene, but it's pitch black. And when that one sells, we make another one. We take a canvas. We paint it with white paint. We tell people that, and we put that one up on the gallery, and we set that up as the other side, the other piece, the other art piece for the collection. Oh, the other piece of the set. Because where the other one was in complete darkness, this is a room this is a room where the lights are so bright, it is completely blinding. No shadows can be seen at all anywhere whatsoever. So it's so bright that you cannot see what's going on. That is our game plan. That is our game plan right there. We just sell 2 practically blank canvases, and we tell them that one of them is so dark and one of them is so bright, you can't actually see the room that is in that art piece. And one of them will sell bigger than the other, depending on which one we sell. If we sell one, the other one will explode in price, because where the original one, or where the first one was just a solitary image, the second one makes it a set. It makes it a collection. And if you already have one, well, you gotta buy the other. Or you could snipe that. You could buy it from someone else. And now you have one piece. One piece of the puzzle. And now you and that other person have to fight it out, or even sell to one another to get that other piece. The one who's got one, or the first one who got one, they just bought that solitary art piece. The one who bought the second knows that there's another out there. Or the one who bought the second may have been the one who bought the first, and they want the full collection before anyone else can get to it. They want to complete that collection. And that may be the case. Who knows? Who knows? And that's what I'm looking at, like, this is a solid game plan right here. This is a solid game plan. Also, let's put the canvas back to 30% opacity, and then we're just going to drag all these lines across. One after the other, like so. Also, Brycer. Right, yeah. Brycer, how you be? Hope things are going well. Hope things are good. Hello, and unfortunately, it hasn't been announced yet. Okay, good to know, good to know. You let me know when those lottery tickets are out, and then, or yeah, you let me know when the numbers are out there, and then boom. Ghosting. It's a problem with TV screens where the large doesn't appear immediately, trailing behind moving parts of the picture. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand now. That's fair. Going to bed? All right there, Riker. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Also, in the meantime, here we go, wings. I hope you enjoy. And I hope you have a good night, a bear tomorrow, a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Imagine if you could make one more, just to make it into a trilogy. How would you make the third one? Would you reveal the mystery of what the room looks like? Or would you make it something where it's impossible to see it again, but very simplistic? How would you go about it? Like, part of me is thinking, okay, if you have the one where it's all bright and you have the one where it's all dark, you could have one where you finally show what the image is, but at the same time, that takes away from the mystery. So I feel like, I don't know. Tell you what, if Vampy comes back, they'll have an idea for you. Because they know how to... They were the ones that came up with both ideas. I'm not gonna lie. This was their idea, and I'm just piggyback riding off of it, because it was like, that is genius. I actually have belief that that could actually work. That idea might actually function. That's why I'm thinking about that one for a minute. I need to buy myself some canvases. Like, I'm seriously thinking about this. Like, I just need to pick up some canvases and see how it goes. Wednesday's done for Continuous USA. Oh, it is done. It is officially Thursday where I live. By 1 minute. Dang. Thursday, my dudes. Aw. Well, actually, I'm not even going to say aw, because it's almost the end of the week. That's a good thing. That's a good thing right there. Oh, so let me zoom out. Let me see. Yeah, you know what? I like how the design looks so far. We got the hair done. I will say this. We got the hair done, and we got a part of the hat done. The next time we come back to this, we're going to be working on more of the spiky ball. We got some of the spiky balls done. We didn't get the full thing, but we got some of it done. Am I putting in too much work for this? for a thumbnail for a single YouTube video? Maybe. Maybe. But I'm having fun with it, and that's what really matters. We're going to save this for now, and I'm going to come back to this probably next Wednesday. Because next Tuesday, I got to work on the Waffle House art piece. We're going to figure all of that out when we get there. But for right now, since it's 12, I'm going to call it a night here. We're going to find someone we could raid at this time. We're going to find someone we could raid at this hour. I got an idea of who. I know of a fellow bug. I know of a fellow artist. They are currently drawing... Yeah, they're currently drawing their homies right now. Yeah, actually, it's a very wholesome art piece. For one, it's not... Or for once, it's not imprint. I said what I said. Anyway, we're going to go drop you folks off with a Mothman. They are currently drawing their homies. We're going to go drop you folks off over there. It's a very chill time over there. Really cool streams. Really funny times. Just really chill environment. They also do art. They also do their own live TD rigs. And they are very new to video games. So I'm going to drop you folks off over there. What? Don't worry. They're drawing wholesome art right now. They're not drawing anything cursed. Yeah, they're not drawing anything cursed this time. Either way, that cursed art is also pretty funny. But yeah, we're going to drop you folks off with the Mothman. It's a very chill time over there. There we go. With that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I may be back tomorrow for some Elden Ring Night Rain. I'm not entirely certain. I might be back for some Night Rain. Because I want to go fight that one boss. Everdark Balancers. Also, if you would like to keep up with the channel, one good way you could do so is by checking out the link page. We got a lot of different ways you could keep up with the channel and find out what projects we're working on, what projects we finished, when we're streaming, all of that good stuff. And if you would like to support the channel, we got affordable models on the Etsy page. We got Lampy plushies and Lampy figures on the merch, or on the fourth wall page. We got free stuff on the coffee page. And if you or someone you know is looking for emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, live 2D models, both big and small, whether it just be the art or just the rig or animations, you can either contact me directly or go to the vgen page. Every little bit helps because it keeps the roof over my head and it keeps the lights on and the internet going. And I hope you all have a good night, a very tomorrow, a great week, and always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks. Yeah, it's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, and all that good stuff. And if you lurk, that's great too. But the fact that you took the time out of your day to have this bug rambling on means more to me than you could possibly imagine. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All right, let's go support the Mothman. You all take care now. Laters.